All right, good evening, everyone. It is Tuesday, April 1st, 2025, here in the Athens-Clarke County City Hall. We have no fools in the room tonight. We do have this evening a special called session to consider a single item. We do have our regularly scheduled first Tuesday of the month voting meeting, and then following that, we do have an executive session. And so we're going to work through this as functionally and expeditiously as possible. And so first order of business for the special called session is for the clerk to call roll, so I'll ask her to do that now.
Davenport.
Here.
Link. Here. Taylor.
Here.
Wright.
Present.
Fisher.
Here.
Johnson.
Here.
Culpepper.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thornton. Hamby.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate it. All right, before we get on to official business, we have a special treat because it is National Poetry Month. And as I just told our Poet Laureate, Mikhayla Robinson, art and literature centers one. And so I think it's great that we're going to kick off the evening with a couple minutes with Mikhayla. Mikhayla, if you'd like to step up to the podium, we would love to hear from you. Our second Athens Poet Laureate. So good to see you.
Good to see you too. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you all for allowing me to come read today. Of course, as a poet and a poet laureate, my job is to make poetry more accessible to the community. So that's everyone in this room. But also, as Nina Simone said, my job is to reflect the times. And so I'll be reading a poem today that talks about how I'm feeling right now and probably how many of you in this room are feeling. This poem is called How to Watch the Birds When the World Wants You to. How to watch the birds while the world wants you to die, to kill you, but I watch the birds anyway. The starling has migration patterns tattooed in their memory, echoing one after the other. Maybe that is evidence that there is a God who loves even the birds. At the bottom of the food chain, know the worm. Who gets the worm? Who gets to say who eats whose world? The birds know. And the trees, oh, let's sing about the trees that remember the blood sacrifice and the embrace, the etching in its skin, the names, blackbird, nightingale, sparrow, me, unravel the truth. At the center, I am undone at the truth. You are afraid of the truth, so you lie, and you kill, and you hunt, and the birds tell us patterns, show us their secrets to soaring. Did you get it yet? The itch in your brain to snatch a baby from its mother. No, a bird from its mouth. No, a worm from its no. Who eats? Who eats? Who devours? Who swallows? Who kills? Who lives? Who makes the living? Who meets God? And I still watch the birds with the barrel at the back of my head, but that's where my eyes were born, watching. You can't kill a bird in the air. You can't kill somebody who's already flying away from here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mikhayla. We appreciate it. We're blessed to have you here. As we begin our business, I will recite the civility pledge that we've endorsed, provided to us by the Georgia Municipal Association. That indicates that as we work and as we govern ourselves, we recognize that the way we operate is as important as the positions we take, that our collective decisions will be better when differing views have had the opportunity to be fully vetted and considered, that all people have the right to be treated with respect, courtesy, and openness, and and that we value all input. And finally, we commit to conduct ourselves at all times with civility and courtesy to each other. So tonight we are here for a special called session to consider a resolution to maintain the present composition of the Clarke County Board of Elections. And we will have an opportunity in just a moment for public input on this matter. Public input through the evening, with one exception that I'll explain later, is a 3-minute opportunity. And you see that there is a light in front of the clerk. It will begin green when you begin speaking, yellow when you have 30 seconds remaining, and red when your 3 minutes is concluded. And I'll thank you for your time with us tonight so we can move on to the next speaker. So now is the time when I ask, would anybody like to speak to that resolution regarding the Board of Elections that is on the special called session? And if so, you could step to the podium in a line, and you each have an opportunity. And if you just provide for us your name, place of residence, and then your 3 minutes will begin.
I didn't catch the third part.
Provide us your name and place of residence, and then your time will begin.
Okay.
And you give us 3
Larry
minutes.
Jordan on Maple Forge Drive. So I'm looking at your resolution, and it says, whereas members of the public have not requested modification or current model of Athens-Clarke County Board of Elections. That's not true. Very not true. It's not like our House of Representatives are sitting there in their sleep and just wake up and say, I think we're going to do something different. So I disagree with what you said. The other thing is that right now the Board of Elections has 5 members. 4 of them are Democrats. 1 of them is a Republican. That's a forced, because there has to be a Republican and at least 1 Democrat by the party on that. That's not equitable to have 4 Democrats and 1 Republican on that. That's the first thing. And the other issue I have is you guys are the ones that interview the people for the Board of Elections. And I was one of those. I did not get selected. I'm a Republican. I vote Republican, but you already knew that. You know that now. And I was not selected. A Democrat was selected instead. Doesn't mean I won't serve on the Board of Elections, because I will at some point. But letting elected officials determine who sits on the Board of Elections is like the fox in the henhouse. The proposition in HB House Bill 851 and 852 is saying that Superior Court judges will be the ones that select the majority of those, not elected officials. And that is what it's going to pass, and you can't stop it. I know that you said in here that you are going to do everything you can to throw at it to stop it, but that's not going to happen, because that is not right to have elected officials overseeing the Board of Elections. The Board of Elections oversees your elections, and you're the ones that select who they are. Second thing is, and this is off the Board of Elections, I just found out that you guys are going to run a $4 million deficit in the city on your next budget. I've stood up here a couple of times over the years and talked about your budget, torn it apart and said, why are you spending more money than you bring in? Why are you wasteful spending? It's like tax and spend. That's unacceptable. You're digging a hole for the Athens taxpayers that we're not going to get out of. The good news is in 2026 election, some of you in this room will not be in position anymore. Thank God for that. We need to turn and get some people that are more fiscally responsible and that don't think all in the same track. And that's really all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Patrick Sheridan. I live on Ashley Circle. I just wanted to come tonight and say that I'm supporting this resolution. I was really, frankly, disgusted that our state legislatures would try to take the power away from Clarke County. You know, one thing the gentleman said about elected officials, you know, Superior Court judges are also elected, but they're also elected by people not in Clarke County. And I don't think that would be fair to those of us here in Clarke County to have other people vote on potentially, you know, the people who would run our local elections. Perhaps, you know, there could be some partisan shifting or whatnot. I don't myself have a particular opinion, but maybe if you want to look into that, that would be a good idea. But I think that the bill that was proposed is not the correct way to do it. I think the system as it is right now seems to be working. I've been really impressed with the election officials here in Clarke County every time I've dealt with them. So I would just like to say, please support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sheridan. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Jacqueline Elsner, 315 Caldwell Circle. And since 2018, I've attended every meeting of our Clarke County Board of Elections. And that's 6 years of special called meetings, regular meetings, either in person or through their YouTube channel. I know that when Director Sosby had her farewell party, I said hello to Commissioner Fisher and let him know that I'm a Board of Election attendee. So I'll tell you from my own eyes, I am the citizen of your county who is the most experienced at watching your Board of Elections. My eyes have been on it since 2018. I've served on the ballot duplicating panels, on vote review panels. I've been a candidate election observer. And for 6 years, I've watched our election department staff, the paid employees, and the changing members of our Board of Election. And it just makes me uniquely qualified to talk about their professionalism and their integrity. Our employees and the board members y'all interview and decide to appoint, they are citizens of commitment. And regardless of whatever their personal political opinion is, I've watched them discuss, disagree, vote, always according to the election laws of the state of Georgia. They treat one another and the staff with great courtesy and respect. We just have a stellar situation on our hands. And I watched y'all, people have to apply to be a candidate. So, okay. In the fall of December 24, we had 2 vacancies and 3 people applied. So we don't have a vast number of citizens that are asking to be appointed to our Board of Elections. So that's one thing I can say. If these 2 House bills are passed, and they're going to be brought up again next year, y'all can appoint 3 of the 5 members, and you wouldn't be able to do that anymore. And you are our elected people for our county, as other people have commented. I think it's our county that gets to choose who are our Board of Election members. I ask you to approve this resolution unanimously. I would ask you to send a united message to our State House and our State Senate that Clarke County manages our Board of Elections member selection just fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elsner. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Patton, and I live at 316 Georgetown Drive here in Athens. And I'm here tonight to speak in support of the resolution to maintain the composition of the Clarke County Board of Elections. I'm a longtime Athens resident, and I have voted here for many, many, many decades. I think we have a stellar Board of Elections. I am really impressed with the work they do, the efficiency, the amount of places that we can vote, the types of early voting that we have, and I think that makes voting accessible to all of our citizens who may have different schedules, and it affords them the time to vote. I have worked on Get Out the Vote campaigns, and a lot of people don't know when to vote or how to vote, and it's good that there's such early voting that they can, once informed, make their plan to vote. And I don't think that people who don't live here or elected officials from other counties should make decisions about our local Board of Elections. I think that we have done a great job, and as far as the comment about people being appointed, I was previously appointed to the Hearings Board several times, and I think that there's, from my experience in that process, it was a very fair process, and I served with people of all political backgrounds on that board, and I feel that the candidates chosen for the Board of Elections are probably selected in the exact same fair manner. So I do not wish for anyone to control, out of our county, to control our Board of Elections, because I think local control is extremely important, especially since we're one of the largest cities in Georgia. So I encourage you to maintain the composition of the board and to be prepared for these bills to come up in the 2026 Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patton. Good evening.
Good evening. This is Dylan Woolsey, 505 Riverbend Parkway, and here to support the resolution. The only reason why certain members of our state legislative delegation want to put this bill last minute at the very end of this session is because they don't like what our Board of Elections is doing. Notably that, from what I've seen over the past couple of years, they have been very dedicated to increasing how many people can vote with how transparent they are as much as possible. And I think the main worry is that the people that with the bill that they're proposing, that Superior Court justices are going to put forward, that are all appointed by, 3/4 of them are appointed by the governor, they're not necessarily going to have those interests at heart. Clarke County, Clarke County, spearheaded by the Board of Elections, is the third county in the state of Georgia who went out of its way to expand language access for Spanish-speaking Athenians. We have an extremely dedicated Board of Elections to increasing the amount, to try and increase how many people can vote in Athens as much as possible, which is what we wanted for Board of Elections to be doing. So I really hope you all support this resolution, and also, because it looks like they're going to try to introduce this next year, be prepared, even if they do succeed, and prepared to fight back to maintain our integrity of our local elections by supporting as many people to vote as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jason Perry. I live at 170 Hall Street in Commissioner Hamby's district. Houston Gaines is my state representative, but the last opportunity I had to interact with him, he was still student government president at UGA. I support this resolution. The fact that Representative Gaines' recent House bills to reconstitute the Board of Elections were a surprise to most or all of you, that they were introduced at the last minute, that he was reaching wildly for rationale and projecting that any opposition is partisan, and that our county was singled out despite having basically the same appointment procedures as Oconee County, tells me this effort was motivated not by an attempt to tone down the partisanship, but rather was driven by the few among us who have the most but complain the loudest and just can't seem to win on policy. These House bills evaporated when they were exposed to daylight. Let this resolution keep the sunshine on Representative Gaines all year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Good evening.
I'm Michael McClendon. I live in Princeton Mill in District 7. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I want to make a point or two. Your resolution uses the word fair. You're all supposed to be nonpartisan. But if you're nonpartisan, how do we wind up with the representation we do on the Board of Elections? Which means that you're making a political calculation as to who you put on the Board of Elections. So what I submit to you is this resolution is about continuing your pattern of being unfair to all the citizens of Athens-Clarke County.
Thank you, Mr. McClendon. All right, everybody, given that this is an item of new business, I need a motion for suspension of rules from the body.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Taylor. I've got a second from Commissioner Myers. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we have just this.
I have a comment.
Well, there's going to be
Oh,
a
we
comment in
haven't
just a
got to it.
moment.
Okay.
Yeah. Given we just have a single item, I just need a motion on the floor. Is there anybody who would place a motion
I'll
on the
move
floor?
to approve.
Second.
All right. Got a motion from Commissioner Link and a second from Commissioner Taylor. All right. I'm going to go ahead and go to commission comment. Commissioner Link, since you made the motion, I'll begin with you.
Yeah, so our Republican state legislators who do not represent this community, they are not voted on by a majority of this community, they cannot help but meddle in our local democracy. I mean, it's become crystal clear that, Republicans in general have a disdain for true democracy. This is the same legislators who enacted a coup upon this local government 3 years ago on January 6, 2022, by a vastly redrawn district map that drew 67% of Athens voters into new districts, causing chaos. But our elections board and our election system worked in spite of those challenges, which is a testament to that body. Those legislators enacted that map under the pretense that it would increase minority representation on this body. And that happened. Half of this body is now represents our African American community. And I find it really ironic that now that half of this body is composed of black elected officials, they now want to take the power away from this body. I do not understand the logic, and it's very clear that, their motives are ulterior, and it is more about executing power and suppressing minority voices in this community.
Commissioner Taylor, you need the second, so I'll turn to you.
I was taken back when we received the email, and I think that this resolution is fair. I think that this body is all 10 of us are fair when it comes to our decisions. We aren't biased by political backgrounds when we pick our BAC attendees, or whatever we call them. And so I think that we have to be very mindful that when we look at stuff on TV, that it may not be happening, that we may think that it's not going to happen in Clarke County. But last Friday showed us that we could very well see more of that here in our front and backyard. So we have to be, vigilant and stay true to democracy and wanting fairness for everyone. And so, yeah.
Commissioner Johnson.
So I look at this from a position of oversight. The one critical comment that I have about the resolution is just the short time span in which we received it before this meeting, which was, I saw the email on Saturday. But I'm a fan of accountability. And I am also aware of information that many of you, and I understand if you don't know, you don't know, but I am aware of many instances where members that serve on boards, authorities, and commissions in our county are actually appointed specifically to serve on those positions. Some do not undergo interviews. Some apply and do not get interviews. So oversight is a benefit to any process. I don't think you wouldn't know that if I hadn't shared that, but that's common. There are rounds of interviews, don't get me wrong, but there are many members who apply for these boards. When people say behind the rail, well, it's just really tough getting people to apply for these boards. I mean, that is true for some, but there are many who apply and apply and apply, and some have institutional knowledge, professional knowledge, and they just have hobby knowledge, and they want to serve our community. They're not selected. I've met with at least a half a dozen individuals who brought me all of the application, their documentation, the communication and correspondence with the mayor's office, and they were, in some cases, signed up for an appointment, in some cases not. I don't see where this harms us, except for it's just we received it at the last minute. And I don't think it's unfair if an independent third party like our Superior Court judges make that decision. I will give you one quick story. At the last mayoral race, the chair of the Board of Elections was captured in a photo at the Globe right after the election when the mayor won, our current mayor, and was high-fiving him with one hand with the beer in the other. I'm not saying that the Board of Elections office does not do a fantastic job. I think they do. I agree with everybody. And I also agree with Mr. Woolsey about, the enhancement of the Spanish-speaking language. But there are instances where you look at perceived conflicts of interest. There is strong perception and there's strong reality, and there are individuals, if you study it, there are a lot of individuals that are on many boards. There are about 10 people who are on 4 or more boards in our community, and that is not transparent. I don't think everyone knows that. That's the only problem I wanted to share, but I don't like receiving something at the last minute in any situation. Thank you.
Anyone else before we move to the vote? Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I don't like receiving things at the last moment as well, which is why I was really upset when I found out about these House bills on Reddit on Friday. Okay, so none of our representatives have reached out to us. They have not communicated any problems. We are not aware of it. So our rapid response here is in response to something that would have greatly sort of robbed this commission, who for the last 30 years have had a strong position in putting people in place in the Board of Elections, which we should. We are elected officials. That doesn't mean we don't have values that we stand by, and we may have partisan feelings ourselves. I may want to support green energy more than other people on here. I may want to support different women's right to reproductive choice more than other ones. I have partisan feelings, but this is a nonpartisan race, okay? So right now, we have, not only do we have 50% of this body is African American, we have 60% of this body that is female. And now we are having this ability to sort of taken away from us to appoint members of our Board of Elections at a time when we see things across the country, as Commissioner Taylor has said, we think it's not going to happen here in Athens. Well, clearly, there's an attempt to have something happen here in Athens. Right now, we have representatives, the majority of whom are not elected by majority Athens-Clarke County because the population they serve is outside of Clarke County. And these are the exact representatives who are putting forth this bill. So let's be fair, let's be transparent, and I ask them to do so with us as well. I am pleased to be supporting this resolution, and obviously I'm angrier than I realized when I came in here about this. I am turning red because I feel like there's a lot of things that we're going on in this country, and we're seeing something going on right here for no apparent reason. I mean, let's be respectful. We have a civility pledge here to each other, to treat each other respectfully. I ask that civility pledge, perhaps our state representatives should take it and treat us respectfully and follow through on one of the therefores of this resolution, which says to engage the public and elected officials in any discussion of changes to how we appoint members to the Board of Elections.
Commissioner Thorne?
I came here prepared to support the resolution, and I hope it does pass. But I'm going to probably be either abstaining or voting no. I don't like the fact that it was late and last minute. We are already working on trying to restructure our BACs. Which I think we're kind of slow on that. But since the legislation has been pulled back, and I know it'll come back, and when it comes back, I'll be ready. I'm not ready today, but 851 and 852 has been pulled, am I correct? So people need to know that it has been pulled. It will come back, but we should be prepared for that. But now, I'm going to look at you, Mr. Gertz, Mayor Gertz. because I want to follow the pledge. So I'm going to address the question to you, and maybe you need to address it to my colleague. I am really kind of getting mixed messages from my colleague, Commissioner Link. She almost made it sound like the fact that we got more black representation was a bad thing. And if I read it wrong, I'm talking to you, I'm sorry, I'm looking at her, but I'm talking to you, Mayor. I did not support those lines, and those lines came the same way that this resolution did. We got them like a day before. I'm not going to vote on anything that I get a couple of days before. So what I'm standing on, I hope the resolution passes. I really do. But I have made a commitment that I'm going to live with no matter what people think. I am not voting for no more resolutions without a clear path on how resolutions come to us. And I'm not going to keep on pretending that Commissioner Link's comments are very divisive, and I'm very offended. And but I'm either abstaining or I'm voting no. And since we know this is going to come back up, it will do us all good to start preparing now and stop doing last-minute stuff.
Commissioner, as you inquired about the sort of intent of comments, would you like Commissioner Link to affirm that she was not upset by the half of the body being black elected representatives? Did you just want to affirm that?
If she can think of it,
I'm just expressing my confusion at the intent of our Republican state legislators who redrew our district maps and, you know, putting forth that they wanted more minority representation on this body. And now that we have it, they want to take that power away from this body.
Oh, is that what you meant? Thank you.
Yes, I am extremely confused at the hypocrisy of those representatives.
Well, I'm talking to the mayor. Commissioner Link confuses me all the time. The issues that we deal with is because of Commissioner Link, unnecessarily. I'm not going to make this personal, but the same things that we accuse our Republican elected officials, we do it here in this commission. We got, you know, we do it also. So
Commissioner,
I'm good.
we'll stick to this resolution.
I'm good. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Johnson, do you have follow-up?
I did. I wanted to say last Saturday I attended a town hall. It was the Inner East Athens Neighborhood Association Town Hall, and there were people who actually stood up in the audience. It was a packed house or a church, and there were multiple people who stood up in the audience to affirm and say, I have tried over and over and over to serve our community by serving on various boards, and I've not been called for an interview, or I was interviewed and it was a big joke. The people that I interviewed in front of were not going to vote for me based on, you know, an issue that we should not be considering, which is party, you know, Democrat or Republican. But there are people in our, you know, behind the rail that hyper-focused on that. And I know that from my own campaign. I was excoriated by the Democratic Party, and I've been a registered Democrat since 1990. But I am not afraid to cross the line in order to make the best decision for people. I read the fine print when I can, and that's what I try to do. I'm not loyal to any one party just to be a fool. But I do think it's important to understand what both sides are talking about. And to say that we don't have any biases, I have a file cabinet, and if I have to show receipts, if anyone wants to see, there are members who try over and over and over again. Someone submit an open records request for applications and see how many boards that are filled right now have actually true applications that are current. Number two, civility pledge. Okay, so on February 26th, I was called downtown for a meeting to discuss decorum because the individuals behind the rail aren't nice to each other. That is to say that there's an issue with that tonight is not, it doesn't really belong here. Our job is to enact and make the best policy decisions for the residents that we represent. It should not matter how much we like or dislike each other. We should be able to work with each other. And there are members who are so focused behind the rail on that, being loyal to something that's not partisanship. I want to make the best decisions for you all, and it's not possible. And last, I don't want to be defined. I don't want anyone that doesn't look like me to be defined as a woman or brown, or black, or a tan. That isn't important. You want somebody that is going to represent the best interest of your family. It should not matter that there are 5 black women or 5 black people. It should not matter that there are 5 women. At least I don't operate like that. We should be making decisions that go towards the betterment of all people, not any one person.
Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I'm speaking to the motion here and specifically to the desire for this to maintain the current model of Athens Board of Elections and how we select them. Who is someone who has participated in many now back boards, authorities, and commissions. I want to make it clear to the people who are listening here that some of us on here have taken that job very seriously, have reviewed applications, have been there and weighed the pros and cons of different individuals in there. And I just want to stand up for that process. I want to stand up for the people who've been elected to the Board of Elections and to the other bodies as well. Anyway, that's just a short and sweet comment because I am not, I will encourage more people to apply. Right now, we have, for example, our PSCOB, we've only have 3 applicants or 1 applicant for the 4 positions that are available there. But there are 13 boards, not the Board of Elections, that are available. So there's a lot of opportunities to come through, and we have a process, and I believe we may be, the Government Operations Committee may be reviewing that process. But just as the process here that we go through for Board of Elections appointees, I want to stand up for that process. There's always room for improvement, but many of us are trying our best to evaluate the applications as they come in and pick the best people for those boards.
Follow-up, Commissioner Thornton.
I'm going to close with, I think we have a great Board of Elections, period. I think they're great under the changes that we've seen in the last couple of years. I think they are objective in their processing. I think that maybe the author or the attempted author should have visited their meetings or something. I want that to be very clear because I just decided that I'm voting no for this, but I want the Board of Elections to know I appreciate their work, and especially when they be trying to help me with my paperwork. So I'm not, not kicking them to the curb. But too late for me to take this seriously, and I do think we need to ramp up our process of restructuring our board, our back program, and I do not support resolutions that do not have any substance.
All right, we have a motion.
One more.
Commissioner Johnson.
I want to say that I'm not supporting this solely because I received it late. But next year or 2 years from now, I may be different. Because again, I believe in oversight. I do agree with Commissioner Myers that there are some individuals behind the rail that do their due diligence and work hard to make the best decisions. But I will also say that there are members behind here who do not. And I want to be clear about that. This isn't really about the Board of Elections. It's really about oversight. And I don't want to get that to be lost. I think we all agree the Board of Elections, as it currently stands, does a fantastic job with all the things that they have to do throughout the year for the multiple elections. It's not about that. It's about oversight. And we have there's an appetite for needed oversight, just period.
Commissioner Fisher.
I wasn't going to say anything. My colleagues, I think they expressed themselves pretty much so. I think the issue that all of us got with this 851 and 852, the timing of it, also it looked like it's singling out Clarke County. I'm not sure why we were singling out. That's something that we need to ask the representative. But I think these are conversations that we got to have. And it may, and again, we know it's going to go back to the legislators on next year. And I would hope, though, that we will have an opportunity to have a conversation with them. There may be, because, for, at least from what I was told, the final decision lies with them and how the vote goes. However, there could be some compromises possible when we start looking at what this composition is going to look like. But I think, for me, why was Clarke County targeted? On the front end, we're currently running the same type of election that we run. And I do want to say this. Our election locally is nonpartisan. Now, and I agree with Commissioner Johnson. All of us got biases, and I get that. When people come, and a lot of times when people come sit down and follow me, I don't know what their political affiliation is unless they tell me. I look at what we need on each board, authority, and commission, and does it fit for what we need to do to help this community? And that's how all of us should look at it. Several years ago, this board commission got dinged because we had commissioners sending a text message back, pick these people, pick them. Well, that was unnecessary. That should have never happened. And we should be above those type of things. But as for me, when I look at our board, authorities, and commission, I try to look at individual qualification and do they fit what we're trying to do in this community. But again, I think I'm going to support the resolution, but I think if and when this comes before us again, I'd like for us to have conversations with those legislators and really get a clear understanding what their purpose is and then what's the compromise. Because regardless of what we think or what we try to do, it's going to pass. But there could be compromises in how we can make this thing fit and work for the betterment of this community.
All right, I have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Link and a second from Commissioner Taylor. We'll go ahead and do a roll call, beginning with Commissioner Link.
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Wright?
Yes.
Fisher?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Culpepper?
No.
Myers?
Yes.
Thornton?
No.
Hamby?
Yes.
Davenport?
Yes.
8 yes and 2 no.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, I do need a motion to adjourn from the special called session.
So move.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Fisher and a second from Commissioner Taylor. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, we're going to move to our regularly scheduled voting meeting, and we'll begin with the roll call.
Davenport?
Here.
Link?
Here.
Taylor?
Here.
Wright?
Present.
Fisher?
Here.
Johnson?
Here.
Culpepper?
Here.
Myers?
Here.
Thornton?
Here.
Hamby?
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, first order of business tonight is approval of the minutes of meetings of Tuesday, March 4th, Tuesday, March 11th, Tuesday, March 18th, Tuesday, March 25th, and non-voting meetings of Tuesday, March 11th, Tuesday, March 18th, and Tuesday, March 25th. Do I hear a motion for approval of said minutes?
So move.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Taylor, and I have a second from Commissioner Myers. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Madam Clerk, do we have any written communications this evening?
There are none.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, as noted earlier, there are several opportunities for public input. The first opportunity will be on the consent agenda, which at the moment are items 1 through 16. I'll turn to commissioners in just a second to see if that's going to remain. And then there will be individual opportunities on the 2 planning and zoning items. Those are 17 and 18. There will be a public hearing on the Western Downtown Historic District, and then there will be public input on old and new business, which are items 20 through 27. And then at the conclusion of the meeting, after all business is final, there will be public input on any item that is not on tonight's agenda of interest that the public would like to speak to. Those are 3-minute opportunities, as described earlier, where the light in front of the clerk will turn green when you begin speaking, yellow when you have 30 seconds remaining, and red when your time has concluded. And I'll just need you to name your name and your place of residence, and then speak within that 3-minute limit. I do need to turn to my colleagues on the commission now to ask, would any commissioner like to remove any of those items that are on the consent agenda for discussion under old business or new business?
That 1 through 16.
Anything you'd like to remove from 1 through 16 for discussion? Commissioner Thorpe?
11.
All right. Any others? All right, I'm removing 11 for discussion. All right, we do have some ordinances that are part of the consent agenda, but before I turn to the attorney, I'd like to ask the public, is there any member of the public who would like to speak to 1 through 16 excluding 11? 1 through 16 excluding 11. Good evening.
Yes, Michael McClendon, Princeton Mill, District 7. Want to briefly touch on 4, 5, and 6. First, recognition and display of flags. I hear you use the words fairness and equity quite frequently. You even have an entire department called belonging. I suggest that this resolution is actually exclusionary. If it was inclusionary, it would include Veterans Day, POW/MIA Day, Patriots Day, Memorial Day, Independence Day, National Holocaust Remembrance Day at a minimum. I challenge you to be inclusionary, because that's what you're trying to do, not to exclude certain groups and treat these special recognitions with the respect they deserve. Or does belonging just mean certain groups? Item 5, this is the Macon, Old Macon Highway boat launch. I'm really upset by this because I've consistently asked the department head for leisure services about the status of this. He's consistently said that nothing is going on, as late as 3 weeks ago. And now, all of a sudden, it appears on an agenda. Just so you know, our community remains adamantly opposed to this boat launch effort. You might also know that the replacement over the Middle Oconee River Bridge is now on the Department of Transportation's list of projects. I have the project number. It makes little sense to even talk about doing this until that bridge is completed. That's going to be a big problem. And if necessary, we will be prepared to consider legal action to stop this. Item 6, Community Partnership Program. Your proposal is to set aside $1 million in FY26 budget to give to specific organizations. It's physically irresponsible and should not be approved. You don't even have an FY26 budget. And the last time I had heard anything from city manager on this, you were talking about a deficit budget for FY26, $3.2 million. So now you want to add another $1 million to make the deficit $4.2 million. So where's your offset? How are you going to pay for it? Oh, I know. You're going to take it out of road maintenance. You're going to take it out of traffic signals. You're going to take it out of roads and grounds, a whole bunch of other things. The city manager pulled the fire alarm on your spending the other day. He made it very clear that it's out of control. And we're getting very close to what the minimums are in terms of budget and finance reserves. So I really urge you to just table this, do something with it, but do not approve it, because you don't have the money.
Thank you, Mr. McClendon. Would anyone else like to speak to any of those consent agenda items? Again, that is 1 through 16, excluding 11. All right, I'm going to have the attorney read the ordinances among our consent agenda for us.
There are 5 ordinances on the consent agenda, items 1, 2, 3, and 5. Ordinance number 1, an ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to special events and for other purposes. Ordinance for agenda item number 2, an ordinance to amend the FY 2025 operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding if awarded from the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, and Georgia Department of Transportation, GDOT Bipartisan Infrastructure Law Bill Grant Program for purchase of an aircraft rescue and firefighting vehicle and equipment and for other purposes. Ordinance for agenda item 3, an ordinance to amend the FY 2000 operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide funding for scope of work previously approved by their mayor and commission on February 4, 2025, and for other purposes. Then the ordinance for agenda item number 5, an ordinance to amend the FY 2025 operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding if awarded from the Georgia Department of Natural Resources, DNR, for a Land and Water Conservation Fund, LWCF grant for the acquisition, development of the Princeton Mill property and for other purposes.
Thank you, Attorney Drake. All right, motion for the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Myers, got a second from Commissioner Fisher. All in favor, please say aye.
I got a question. I had a question.
uh,
Isn't there a
Commissioner-
discussion?
No, on
Okay.
the consent agenda, we vote with a single vote for all of the items. And then during the old and new business, those items that have been removed from the consent agenda have discussion time.
Okay.
I meant to remove one.
You just voted.
That was sort of in that prior round.
Oh, God. Okay. All right.
All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Oppose.
I'm opposing also.
All right, we're going to move on to the public hearing and recommendations to the Athens-Clarke County Planning Commission. These are heard individually through public input. Do we have anybody signed up for the 10 minutes, Madam Clerk? No, nobody signed up for the 10 minutes. So these are all 3-minute opportunities as described earlier. The first item is number 17 regarding 475 Church Street. Would anyone like to speak to that item? Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Hi, Liz DeMarco, 327 Hill Street. And this is my short-term rental. And I'm here tonight taking the necessary steps for a commercial short-term rental. And based on my RM1 zoning, it should be a relatively straightforward process. And I definitely want to emphasize that this short-term rental was a part of my property. It's an accessory. I live in an 1896 house. It was an accessory building on my lot. It was sold off by a former owner, and then we were able to acquire it. So I am definitely a proponent of strong in-town neighborhoods, and I focus on permanent residents. And so I feel like this is an ideal location if we're going to offer short-term rentals in our community. I will definitely have my watchful eye on this property. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
And I'm
Mr.
here
Marco.
if there's any questions.
Is there anyone else here to speak to item 17? Good evening.
Yes, Michael McClendon, Princeton Mill. This is a list of all of the short-term rentals in Athens-Clarke County. There are over 700 on the list. I think we can all believe that there are probably 100, 200 more that aren't on the list. My question is, how much is enough? How many are enough? We are the smallest geographical county in the state of Georgia. We have one of the highest per capita population densities per square mile. On one hand, we talk about the need for affordable housing, but yet we embrace uncontrollably more short-term rentals, which if you read all the research and the marketing literature, it distorts the housing market, it drives up prices, it soaks up inventory, and you have a domino effect that impacts affordable housing. So it's kind of like, on one hand, we make decisions over here, and then we make decisions over here as if they are mutually exclusive, but they're not mutually exclusive. And then when you add to that all the development that's going on, all the projects that are going on, the lack of data and information about what's going on, my sense is that Athens-Clarke County is out of control. And my message to you is, and the steer list is kind of a symbol of that, is it's time for Athens-Clarke County to put a moratorium on. So Athens-Clarke County can reset, particularly given the fact that we're in a deficit budget situation and we're running close to fumes in terms of the reserves. So I think, notwithstanding the desire to have a short-term rental, I think Athens-Clarke County needs to step back, put in a moratorium, and kind of figure out where are we. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McClendon. Is there anyone else here to speak to 475 North Church Street? All right, hearing none, I'm going to move to Commissioner Wright, in whose district this is, for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I make a motion to approve the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation.
I'll second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Wright and a second from Commissioner Link. Any remarks, Commissioner Wright?
Well, I just wanted to share, as I did at the agenda meeting, that I would let you guys know if I had gotten any negative feedback, especially from the District 4 area, and I have not. So no late-breaking updates on that. So anyway.
Commissioner Link, anything further?
I mean, yeah, we did go through a pretty extensive process on how and when and under what circumstances we would allow short-term rentals. And this particular one went through that process and got unanimous approval from the Planning Commission. And here we are. And it is in that RM zoning in which we decided we would allow it. You know, we're seeing, we're gathering data on the results of that, and, you know, we may be up for tweaking that process somewhere down the line. But being that this is a property that was originally part of the owner's property, it makes total sense to have this kind of structure be part of that short-term rental.
Any further input? All right, I'll let the attorney read the ordinance for us.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to special use approval in the RM-1 mixed-density residential district for one parcel of land located at 475 North Church Street and for other purposes.
Thank you, Attorney Drake. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, please note that, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Taylor. All right, we're going to move on to public input on item 18. This is 450 and 460 Gaines School Road. So in terms of public input as described earlier still apply. Is there anyone who would like to make comment about 450 and 460 Gaines? Good evening.
Good evening. Buck Bacon. I'm with W&A Engineering. Our office is located at 355 Oneida Street. First, I want to thank the members of the Cedar Creek Civic Association and members of the Green Acres and Crestwood Community Association for being engaged with this project as we were planning it. There were a few items that were raised at the agenda setting meeting, and I wanted to take a minute to briefly address those. There were some questions about why the East Side Public Library was not selected for this site. And we've done a little bit of research, discovered that the site was not selected by the Site Selection Committee because of the airport overlay zone. What's important to note is that per the International Building Code, a library is a much more intense use than the townhomes we're proposing. So that makes sense. I want to address building heights. So there may have been some miscommunication about the building heights that are proposed as part of this development. The maximum building height that's proposed is 35 feet. That is by the nature of the PD. There's no building proposed on this site over 35 feet tall. Want to address building setbacks. So the proposed buildings are about 25 feet offset from the pavement. This is consistent with other developments along the corridor, such as Anson Borough. So we think that these setbacks are reasonable. I want to address density. So this project is not seeking a waiver to allowable density in RM2. We did note in our earlier presentation that the density proposed is necessary because we have to make to offset the cost of the off-site improvements that we're proposing along Sunnyview. And I want to address stormwater. So there were concerns about stormwater affecting residents downstream of the site. The existing public infrastructure is inadequate. We are aware of the drainage issues, and we've been working with the adjoining property owners from the onset of this project to resolve that issue. I'm happy to tell you tonight that the necessary easement agreements are in place with our neighbors to address those drainage issues. There were some questions about the dwelling units, the accessory dwelling units. We're proposing 10 accessory dwelling units. We think that this is a great location for this type of product. This site is walkable, it's bikeable, and it's adjacent to schools. And then I want to address Ponderosa Drive and the traffic signal. There's been several concerns expressed over the course of this project. We've reviewed those concerns. We've studied the intersection. We're working through a traffic study, and so we would like to ask this body to place a maximum 40-day hold while we complete the study, allow staff to review it, allow us to share it with the public and this body. So we're asking for a 40-day hold.
Thank you, Mr. Bacon.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak to the Gaines School Road project? Good evening.
Hi, my name is Jared York. I live on Woodlawn Avenue in Athens, Georgia. Since our last meeting, I know several of the adjoining property owners, as well as some of the owners along our stormwater improvements, have emailed you guys support or called in support for this project. I hope you guys received that and heard that support. I checked today actual data on the Georgia MLS, and right now, between $300,000 and $400,000 in Athens-Clarke County for fee simple for sale product. We only have 1.9 months of supply in inventory right now. That is a third of the 6-month supply we're supposed to have. That does not add pricing pressure up or down on the market. If you look at rents in our community, because it's easier to get rental projects approved in Clarke County, and this board has approved a lot of rental units over. We're actually starting to see vacancies come up. These are positive things for renters in the community because there's now inventory there. We need to do the same thing in housing for fee simple. Our first-time home buyers and our empty nesters, this $300,000 price point is very important and it's very competitive, and there is no new inventory coming. We need to drop 337 homes out of the sky on Athens-Clarke County tomorrow morning to reach that equilibrium. I looked up those numbers this morning. As Buck said, we have been working with the neighbors and members of the community, and I appreciate their patience with us. We've ordered this traffic study. We're really interested to see what it comes back and says, and hope you guys give us the opportunity to get that back and share that with staff and yourselves and with the community and see what may come of that. But thank you for this opportunity, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. York. If those homes fall out of the sky, just let me know in advance so I can get out of the way. Hello, good evening.
Thank you. I'm Ken Portier, the Cedar Creek Civic Association president and a resident of 160 Spruce Valley Road, Athens. The Cedar Creek subdivision major exit will impact the Cedar Creek subdivision. I and many Cedar Creek residents support the requested hold to allow a proper traffic study to be performed along Gaines School Road at the Ponderosa Drive exit of our community. This study is long overdue due to the growth of traffic on the road and through Cedar Creek. W&A Engineering has assured us that the traffic study will not be conducted during the week of the middle and elementary school spring break, or which is April 7 through 11, or on a teacher work day or planning day when students are not in class, as this would dramatically underestimate Gaines School Road traffic levels, really impacted by the schools. I remind the mayor and commissioners that the traffic study, while important, is not the only issue with this plan development. Public comments have clearly stated that this PD is out of scale with the surrounding traditional neighborhood. Its proposed housing density does not match the surrounding RS-15 density, and the proposed commercial center is unlike any of the other commercial entities on this stretch of Gaines School Road. This development makes no attempt to fit in with its surrounding, and via its zoning variance request ignores the Gaines School Road overlay district conditions. I've noticed that the PD plans do not indicate where signage and for the commercial center and the subdivision will be located. I've been informed that the design and placement of signs, like the final landscaping plans, which we talked about at the last meeting, are not part of the construction plans that you approve, but are part of a separate design approval process that occurs after you approve the construction documents. So neither the public or you have, or maybe even want, an opportunity to comment constructively on signage or landscaping. Clearly, though, where the signs are, trees are not. I looked online for the rules for landscaping and signage. I find an alternative compliance guidelines for the CD zone that provides the public with insights on what is and what is not allowed in urban and historic district developments. I find best management practice documents that give options but does not outline requirements. What I do not find is a document explaining how a proposed development is assessed against the community's vision for growth. To paraphrase the CD zone document, how do we ensure that the historical, cultural, and environmental continuum of Gaines School Road does not disappear as we embrace suburban development? Is the vision for the future of suburban Athens essentially the same as that of urban Athens?
Thank you, Mr. Fortier. I appreciate you coming tonight. Good evening.
My name is Ross Watson. I live at 430 Sandstone Drive. I am a Cedar Creek resident. Good evening. Last time I was here, I talked about my colorful graph, okay? How important safety is, okay? Safety is the number one reason that you're in the positions you are, because we want a safe community to live in all aspects of life, okay? This project is a very dynamic project, okay? It's got a lot of people that are put a lot of time into it. It's creative, and I think it offers an opportunity. But we have to find out, is it the right decision to make that intersect? You're going to create an intersection there, okay? And we have to be sure that vehicles, pedestrians, handicapped people, and cyclists can cross those 4 lanes, okay? This traffic study is going to be a fantastic piece of information to help you make that decision. You can have a really serious approach to this if you go ahead and authorize the extension that they're requesting, so you have some accurate data and look at it and see what the community's saying, seeing what's actually happening there. Our community has changed drastically in the last 2.5 years. Just think about it. It is unbelievable number of people that have moved in, especially on the east side. A traffic light may be the answer. An overhead bridge may be part of an answer. There'd be all kinds of things, all right? But there are benefits. Speed reduction will automatically happen. Let's find out how fast those people are driving. You've heard 40 and 50 miles per hour. I'll almost guarantee you that's what will come in. Secondly, emergency vehicle access. You have an EMS office there with 4 squad cars coming in and out all the time, 24 hours a day. They've been a good neighbor with Cedar Creek, just a fantastic neighbor, okay? You can also, with the use of a traffic light, make their egress and access safer, okay? And finally, ELC, Early Learning Center. I don't know how many of you know what goes on down there. Whole lot of kids that show up at 7 o'clock in the morning when their parents drop them off, and then they pick them up at 2 in the afternoon. They need a safe way to get out of the ELC complex. They can do it if there's something that will slow down that traffic, provide downstream stoppage so they can pull out as they pick up their very, very young child, okay? Some of them maybe 3 or 4 years old, but younger than that. You remember when you were picked up from school, how excited you were talking and everybody wanted to share everything, and you're trying to focus on your mother or father's trying to focus on you getting home, okay? So think about this. Offer the contractor and the developer and your community to see what's really going on there.
Thank you,
and
Mr.
approve
Watson.
Some type of extension. Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
Is there anyone else here to speak to Gaines School Road? Good evening.
Good evening. I appreciate you listening to me for a minute. I'm Fred Stevenson from 345 Cedar Creek Drive, and previously I sent an email to all of you, and I got mixed up, Ms. Johnson. I got one for you if you want to see it. But I've lived in the same house in Cedar Creek Drive for 47 years, and I would say 95% of the time when I leave that settlement, there's 670 homes in Cedar Creek. It's a lot larger than most people think. Generally speaking, I'm either going out the Cedar Creek Drive exit or I'm going out the Ponderosa Drive exit. Now, many years ago, we tried to get a light at Cedar Creek Drive because it's a blind, dangerous intersection. And I'm telling you, the rule over there in the neighborhood is do not proceed out of that intersection until you're sure after that light changes, nobody's running the light, because they do it all the time. So we have a blind intersection there. If you go there, come visit me sometime, and I'll take you there, and we'll go to the end of that corner, and you'll see that visibility is about 50 feet because there's a jungle in the house right on the corner. You can't see it. So let's go to Ponderosa. If you go over to Ponderosa, generally this is what I do. If I'm going left out of Cedar Creek, I will take the Cedar Creek light and delay and make sure I get out of there safely, because there were many accidents there. Do you know we tried to get a light at that place for many years, and only after many accidents did they put that light there? And what I'm trying to do is urge you to put the light in early at the Ponderosa site before somebody gets killed. And it's truth, you know, you're going to have some commercial buildings there. Personally, we'd like to go to them. I've got to get across the street safely. So our problem is when you put that development in there, you're going to be facing something really tough, which is people coming out of the new development wanting to turn across Gaines School Road to go toward Lexington, and people in Ponderosa trying to turn left to go in the other direction. And if you go there during a peak hour, whether it's in the morning or it's in the evening, you'll find like this is kind of Russian roulette. We do get a break at Ponderosa when the light turns red at Cedar Creek because that stops enough traffic sometimes that we can get out of there. But I want to tell you a couple of things. I'm kind of unusual. I have a PhD in transportation. I've studied urban transportation. I may be the only person in Clarke County with a PhD in transportation. And this is what I know about traffic. The lowest traffic you will ever see at that intersection is the day you open that development. And from there on out, that traffic will get heavier and heavier and heavier. If you don't believe this, I was on the loop one time years ago when I didn't see a car for a mile. I'll go over there Sunday night about midnight and see if that's still true. And on 316, one of my friends got very much involved in trying to urge safety. When they built 316, he said to them, he worked for DOT, build the intersections safer, because you're going to kill people if you don't. Now, how many people have died on 316 because people say, well, we haven't got the money, let's wait a while, you know. So I can't tell you what to do. I understand traffic flows, I understand budget. I'm a business school faculty member. I just want you to use the best sense we can, because I don't want to kill somebody's child on that
Thank
thing.
you, Mr. Stevenson.
So
Appreciate
I
you coming tonight.
Thank you for this opportunity.
All right, is there anyone here to speak to Gaines School Road who's not spoken yet? Good evening. Thanks for coming tonight.
My name is Conrad Allgood, and I live at 130 Arborview Drive. And this is the third time I've addressed the party or the group about this development. And I'm representing my grandchild who lives right next door to me, and she's 3, and she could probably do this presentation better than me anyway. But my point is I'm concerned about the amount of pavement, not for runoff reasons, other people can worry about that, but amount of green space in front of this project, okay? In front of the commercial area specifically. And I thought we were in this county or this city where we were way past what I see about to be approved. And so I said, what am I saying wrong that they don't get what I'm saying? So I'm going to keep it short and simple. So there's 2 feet of green space in front of this development proposed, all right? This is 2 feet, okay? Everybody got it? This is 2 feet, okay? If I turn it this way, it's 3 feet. That's 1.5 times as much. But we're going this way, 2 feet. So you got wall, hardscape, 2 feet, then Gang School Road. They call this a buffer. This is on the plan I saw labeled 2-foot buffer. I'm not convinced. And I don't know if anybody here goes to a hotel at a resort and asks for a room and they say, could I have the room overlooking the parking lot? Man, it's a good looking parking lot. Well, this isn't a parking lot, but it's still hardscape. So anyway, I'll just let the rest of my time wait while we think about 2 feet, if that's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Allgood. Appreciate it.
Everybody got it?
You got
2
it.
feet?
You got it.
2 feet? 2 feet. All right, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much. Poet at the beginning of the meeting and a poet in the middle. All right. Anyone else to speak to the Gaines School Road project? All right. We do have a request to hold for 30 days, but 40 days, yeah, for a cycle. And certainly open up the floor to Commissioner Taylor for a motion.
I just want to make a quick comment. I think at this point, when planning, things come up, everybody's looking. Melissa's already huffing and puffing, so I think everybody kind of knows what I'm going to say. I know that Mr. Bacon spoke to the reasons why it can't be a public library. I would have loved to seen that be a public library, and we'd be discussing traffic coming so that our children in the 3 failing schools within that area can get to the public library. While I will support the hold for the 40 days, I don't support this this development. Mr. York has constructed houses all over the east side, and there are condos on Arch Street that used to be the Harris property. How he was able to get the Harris property untied from heirs is still a wonder to me. But none of my constituents can get into those condos. They aren't approved. They aren't called back. So they just sit there desolate. I think there may be 2 or 3 cars there. But Mr. York has found his way to be able to throw houses up all over East Athens and deny the residents of East Athens to even live in them. I think that we have to be very mindful at this body of all of the developments that we approve, because we're only approving them for right now, but what do they look like 5 and 10 years from now? Y'all hear me every week, and so those are my comments.
I second. And your motion,
Oh,
Commissioner,
my
is to
motion
hold?
is to approve the hold for 40 days for
Got
the
it.
traffic study.
Motion from Commissioner Taylor to hold, and we got a second from Commissioner Davenport. Commissioner Davenport, any other remarks?
Yeah, so I think the public and my colleagues need to understand there's 2 different discussions. One is the traffic and the traffic signal for the Ponderosa exit. That needs to be done in either way, regardless if there's a project or this project goes through, because if you drive during 5 o'clock or during school hours and early in the morning, it is packed. The people are not driving 35, people are not driving 40, and I guarantee you they're not driving 50 on that road. People pass me all the time, and I consider myself sometimes a slow driver. And I do, before I continue, want to apologize. I didn't realize I cursed at the last meeting and went off the rails, so I do want to get that off my chest. But an RS-15 to an RM2 is a different type of zoning, and I think the residents are more appreciative of the RS-15 type zoning with a commercial CO in the front. And this goes into this goes from residential 15 to a residential mix. And it just adds more density to 7 acres of property. But I encourage my colleagues, again, to just drive down Gaines School Road, just look at the aesthetics, walk the area, and just understand how projects like these are really intrusive to the fine people at Cedar Creek, Spring Tree, and people who like, hey, I want to walk around, I want to walk my dog, but definitely drive down Spring Tree, 'cause that's the road I really want you guys to see. There's no sidewalks. You're gonna add all these units with a sidewalk just on their side, but what about those residents and them getting in and getting out and them walking the road with all that density added to this 7 8 acres of land? I still have some concerns with stormwater. I mean, the Cedar Creek pipe is already at its limit when it comes to sewer and almost water. So I agree with the 40-day hold, but a traffic light study would be great, but I will be denying this.
All right, I've got a motion, a second. Any other remarks? Commissioner Thornton, then Commissioner Myers.
I'm going to hold my opinion on how I'm going to vote, but it was interesting. I forgot the number that I thought I wrote it down. Mr. York talked about dropping from the sky. I think it was 3,000.
337.
And yet we need 8,800 units of housing for low to moderate income folk. And if 300 dropped out the sky, I'm about like the mayor, let me know. But I wish you and the other developers would put it on your radar about the 8,800 units that is in our study that is needed to address low and moderate income housing. I'm not going to beat you up because of that, but I am going to say that you need to get that on your radar. If we get more developers around the table to address that, these concerns that you're bringing before us, it wouldn't be felt like it's a pushback. I'm not trying to build no homes for folk dropping out the sky. I'm not. I'm trying to reach that 8,800.
Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I support the hold, and I'll look forward to hearing what the traffic study is in here. I support a lot of aspects of this, but, it takes 6 people, and so I look forward to the future discussion on this. I did want to point out, unfortunately, this market, I spent some time on Zillow today, too, and I saw the condos on the east side that I actually perceive as very moderate income places are all, that might have been built 10 to 20 years ago, are on sale for $250,000 to $300,000, where I would be shocked and have a hard time actually buying those, which are actually about the only thing that's in anywhere even near my price range, and that would be stretching it a little bit. So I know we do have the prices of a lot of these homes on the east side that are moderate, that are starter homes, have gone up tremendously. The Wakefield Terrace over off of Old Lexington, where the houses went for sale at $80,000, they were $140,000 5-6 years ago, are now selling in the upper 200s as well. So it's a tough market out there. I do want to say something about the zoning, because we did get some information today in our report, and I encourage my colleagues to read that if you haven't done that. That's a slightly different story about the Airport Authority, and that they sort of reviewed their strict interpretation of airport overlay zones, and they are open and would, in fact, if we were bringing this property before them now, would approve this. Now, I want to take some responsibility. I am chair of that site selection committee. Commissioner Davenport brought up that piece of property. I brought that piece of property. I don't know if we had pushed further and made sure that we actually saw it in front of the airport authority, if they would have changed their mind 2 years ago when they were looking at it, because like Commissioner Taylor, I would much rather that library be there. So I apologize for not pushing harder on that one myself, because clearly there was a change in heart there. Anyway, I'm glad to put this on hold. I look forward to hearing what we have about the traffic study.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, Commissioner Fisher.
Yes, did we get the report, though, from the airport authority for zoning and going to multifamily or to apartments, condos? Did we get that study from them? I know we had mentioned that at the last meeting.
The Planning Director Lonnie is here, and he could probably speak to his engagement with them.
Yes, sir. It wasn't so much a study as it was a comment from the airport director.
Do we have that from them?
That was, did they get passed?
It's in the manager's report.
Should be.
Can I speak there?
Is it in there?
I believe it's in the manager's report.
Okay.
It was included in what was sent out today.
Okay, oh, that's why I didn't see it, okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, so there's a motion and a second to hold, and the attorney's going to read the ordinance, just so that's on the record.
Mr. Mayor, there's actually two ordinances. There's an amendment to the future land use map and then a rezoning ordinance.
Do we need to vote on each to
I
hold?
think we do, yes,
Okay,
sir.
so we'll vote first on the future development
I'm going to
map.
read the ordinance for the future land use map, an ordinance to amend the code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to amending the future land use map of Athens-Clarke County by changing the designation.
Judge, I'm sorry. Do I make a motion for that as well? Should we hold that?
Yes, so
future?
we're gonna ascribe the first motion to that future land use,
Okay.
and then I'll ask for a second motion
Okay, okay.
on the other,
Give me
on the
one.
zoning.
An ordinance to amend the code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to amending the future land use map of Athens-Clarke County by changing the designation of approximately 7.07 acres of land located at 450 Gaines School Road from Main Street Business and Traditional Neighborhood to Main Street Business and for other purposes. Second ordinance, an ordinance to amend the code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to rezoning two parcels of land comprising approximately 7.9 acres located at 450 and 460 Gaines School Road from CO and RS-15 GSRCA, commercial office and single-family residential, Gaines School Road corridor overlay, airport overlay to C-N and RM-2 GSRCA PD, commercial neighborhood and mixed-density residential, Gaines School Road corridor overlay, airport overlay, plan development, and for other purposes.
All right, so first vote is for the future development map. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, we need a motion regarding the rezoning for a hold.
We'll hold that for 40 days too, depending on the study. Motion.
Second.
All right, it's got a motion from Commissioner Taylor, second from Commissioner Davenport. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. So we'll see this next month. All right, we move on now to item 19. This is our public hearing deliberation regarding modification of the Western Downtown Athens Local Historic District. Rules of public input are the same. So right now, if you'd like to speak to item 19, now is that time if you'd like to speak to the podium.
I would like to.
Item 19. If anyone would like to speak to item 19, now's the time.
What's coming? I'm trying.
Good evening.
Good evening.
And again, just your name and place of residence for the record.
My name is Drew Deacle. I live at 120 Maple Circle in Athens, and I'm here to, I will say I'm a downtown property owner, and I'm on the Downtown Development Authority. I was also on the Historic Preservation Commission for 6 years, and I was chairperson for 3. And when someone appeals a decision of the Preservation Commission, there are certain criteria for that appeal. And the criteria typically is that the Preservation Commission has acted capriciously or in bad faith, or they've done something wrong. And in deciding that the Say building should be preserved and not demolished was not incorrect. It wasn't wrong. They did their job. And in my opinion, it's y'all's job to stand behind your Preservation Commission, unless, of course, they acted capriciously or incorrectly. And I believe that they did not. I think that we have a process, and that you should do what's best for Athens-Clarke County and follow that process and support your Preservation Commission. And if someone does appeal, you have an excellent attorney. They should be able to defend a lawsuit. I don't think that grounds for a lawsuit should be that we just spent a bunch of money and to do something we can't do, and now we want our money back, and so we're going to sue you. That's something our lawyer can defend. And so I'm supportive of the Say building staying and not being demolished, not being turned into a parking lot. Perhaps it could be sold, could go on the tax rolls, could be something really great for Athens. And if you really want to do the right thing by Athens-Clarke County, which is why I think you're here, I think that the Say building needs to be saved. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Deacon.
Sure.
Is there anyone else here to speak to item 19? Good evening.
Hi, Deborah Stanley. I live at 285 Buena Vista Avenue in Athens. I've heard vague things about stuff going on behind the scenes, and I don't know what all has been going on with this, but I do know that we have a West Downtown Historic Preservation District, for a reason, which is that we value our downtown and we value those buildings and the character that they bring and so on. So to pass that and then turn around and just say, oh, well, we don't want to be part of that and expect to be removed from it is just frankly ridiculous, in my opinion, because if you're going to do it for them, you could do it for anybody. As a church, they already get sort of special treatment in not having to pay taxes. And now we're going to let them knock down a historic building for parking spaces, which goes against everything that we want in our land use plan and our hopes for downtown. It just makes no sense to me at all. There's also been another offer, I understand, a higher offer to purchase the building, and I hope that they will sell it to somebody who is willing to do something really cool with it. For the people of Athens, and also to get it on our tax rolls would be a nice bonus as well. But I think there's no point having a historic district if you're just going to let people opt out of it because they don't want to be in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stanley. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commission. Scott Nesbitt, 260 Clifton Drive. And I'd like to ask that the Mayor and Commission oppose, that they support the Historic Preservation District and refuse the appeal. I ask that not simply for preservation grounds. I'm a faculty member in historic preservation. I teach preservation planning at the University of Georgia. But my grounds, I really think that this should be denied simply on planning grounds. It has been the settled policy of Athens-Clarke County to refuse to allow surface parking lots downtown for 25 years. That has been the consistent zoning of this area for a very long time. The comprehensive plan that this body passed less than 2 years ago, the 2023 comprehensive plan, said that in describing the downtown district, it said that as parking is handled on a district level, off-street parking for individual commercial development is not intended. Parking structures with commercial uses on the street level frontage are encouraged rather than surface parking lots. This is actually, because the county very helpfully has passed planning documents on its website, I looked back and to see when this language was adopted. Well, every single comprehensive plan that this body has approved that is possible to look back to 2008 has had this essentially same language. To allow for this building to be demolished in favor of a parking lot is a betrayal of all Athenians. It would be capricious. It would be an illegal use, frankly, of your power, or certainly it would be contrary to what your residents have asked for and what this body has decided to do over and over again since I had more hair than I do now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nesbitt. Is there anyone else here to speak to item 19, West Downtown? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Adams. I live at 102 Indigo Lane, and I just asked this nice gentleman to let me step up here and advise y'all that all of you in the well here, when you're speaking, it's really hard for us in the back to hear you. Could you all speak up a little bit? We can hear the speakers great, and whoever's reading the resolution's great. But I'm telling you, in the back, especially when the room's full, we really have trouble hearing you, and we came to hear you. And I know it's very rude to ask you to speak up and run, but I have to pick up a child at 8 o'clock, so I got to go. But thank you for everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Is there anyone else here to speak to item number 19 on the agenda tonight? Good evening.
Hi, I'm John Jefferson. I live at 554 Boulevard. So the Say is not the most beautiful building in Athens. It's not a place people make pilgrimages to, like the Arch or Sanford Stadium or the REM steeple. And it's not without some age-related issues, but then neither are many of us in this room. It's on the National Register of Historic Places, for Pete's sake, and it can still have a long life and a vital role in downtown Athens, but not if it's torn down to make a few parking places. Preservation-minded investors are ready and willing to pay millions for this to buy the Say, and they're willing to put millions more into renovating it, to add it to the revenue-producing tax rolls, to put life back into it. So despite what First Methodist has repeatedly claimed, that it's not worth saving, it clearly is. And there are people willing to put money behind that. But worthwhile as the Say itself may be, there is more at stake here, as Professor Nesbitt pointed out. What's at stake here is the integrity of the planning process, the integrity of the historic district that the Say helps anchor, and the integrity of historic district protections across our entire community. To carve out the Say, to destroy it, undermines the future of this historic district and every historic district in Athens. And to assert otherwise, to claim that carving out the Say is not a precedent, is either disingenuous or it's naive. If it looks like a precedent, walks like a precedent, and quacks like a precedent, it is a precedent. Every commissioner, as has been previously noted, every commissioner on the Historic Preservation Commission voted against removing the Say from this historic district. If it is demolished, it cannot be undemolished. There is no rewind or do-over to remedy short-sightedness or stubbornness or lack of will. If the Say is destroyed to create a parking lot, then First Methodist should be deeply ashamed, and so should this governing body, for caving in and knuckling under when the right thing to do, and the thing you can still do, is to stand up and save the Say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson. Is there anyone else here tonight to speak to item 19? And if there are others, if you could just get in line, that would help us.
Good evening. My name is James Reep. I live at 125 Timothy Park Lane. I have taught historic preservation and urban planning law at the University of Georgia for 40 years, surprisingly to me. And I served on 3 preservation commissions in Georgia, including the Athens Preservation Commission, which I was vice chair. And I've worked with preservation commissions and communities on historic preservation matters in over 30 states through the National Alliance of Preservation Commissions. But I'm here tonight to urge the commission to stand by your prior decisions and those of the Preservation Commission. Your decision to include the Say building in the historic district was both appropriate and justified, and denying the request to remove it was the right course of action. I know a number of communities and individuals in the community have raised the issue of churches in historic districts, and I'd like to just speak about the legal issues of that. And legally speaking, churches are subject to the same land use control laws as any other property. There are provisions, both in the Constitution and in federal law and state law, that provide that there are certain circumstances in which it is unconstitutional to regulate property beyond a certain extent. One of those is the issue of the Fifth Amendment of takings, and that is an area in which there is no economic value. And we've heard testimony, you've heard testimony, that this property is extremely valuable. It's not a question of the regulation making it of no value whatsoever. The second is the issue of religious freedom, and we have the Federal Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act, RLUIPA. And basically, there are two provisions that really apply here. One is the question where a local regulation imposes a substantial burden on the church's religious practices. The fact of not being able to demolish a historic building and build 14 parking spaces does not substantially burden the religious practices of this church. Additionally, the law talks about equal terms. And I'm not aware, perhaps you are, in which a similarly situated place of assembly in the historic district of Athens has been allowed to demolish a historic building for a parking lot. So I firmly believe that for these reasons and the others that you have heard and you will hear this evening, I urge you to uphold your previous decisions, preserving the SAY's building historic integrity and its role in a thriving downtown.
Thank you, Mr. Reap. I appreciate you coming tonight.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Michael Rupersberg. I live at 170 Virginia Avenue. I've emailed some of y'all many times over the years about this, so it's nice to finally see you. I am here to request that y'all reject the demolition deal. To me, this is very much about how we fairly and equally apply the laws and ordinances that we have. And if we allow this to go forward, we're essentially making an exception and giving special treatment to a property owner that we just wouldn't do for anybody else. Now, when the church bought the building, it was zoned commercial downtown, and parking lots were not and are not permitted in commercial downtown zoning as a matter of right. You have to go through the special use permit. You have always had to do that. And so when we hear the argument, this is the church's property and they should be allowed to do with it as they want, that's really not true. They always had to go through the special use permit. And when they did that, it got denied. The staff recommended denying it, the Planning Commission denied it, and then when it went back to the Planning Commission, it denied it again. And then every planning document we have created in this community over the last 20, 25 years, if not longer, has basically said, we want dense development downtown, and we do not want parking lots downtown. And so if we allow this, we're essentially going against the community input that we have created over the last 20, 25 years. And then to the demolition permit. The county followed the demolition permit procedures. The building's more than 50 years old. It's on the historic register. That made it eligible for the 90-day review. The commissioner granted the hold and placed the 90-day review on it. And then the commission placed the moratorium on demolition in West Downtown, and then we created the West Downtown Historic District. That is, as some of you may recall, very similar to what happened with creating the historic districts in 5 Points in 2018. And it is hard for me to imagine a situation where we would allow somebody else to demolish a historic building in a historic district for a parking lot when every governmental agency in Athens that's considered it has voted against it. So it raises the question for me of why are we doing this? Why are we making this exception? Why are we considering granting this special treatment? And if we do this tonight, we're unfortunately setting a precedent, in giving people the playbook for how to do it. I know the settlement agreement says otherwise, but this is precedent. And so that's why I'm asking you to vote against the demolition deal, and I appreciate your time this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Ruppersberg. Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. My name's Gray Riley. I live at 170 Hendricks Avenue, and I agree with what all the speakers have mentioned. Excuse me. The only thing I'll add is that, from my understanding, in a normal kind of variance or development plan process, you might sketch up maybe not a fully detailed plan, but you would, have an idea of what you want to do and bring it to the planning commission or whatever group reviews it, and say, hey, I know we've got this building. It's not in good shape. We think it would be better used. The highest and best use would be something else. Maybe that's a bigger building with more square footage for residential and commercial use, or whatever it might be. Maybe it's childcare or something like that. In this case, considering the offer that myself and others have made, that was just kind of flatly rejected, which I understand. It values those parking spaces at around $200,000 each. If you consider the purchase price as money that would go to church operating budget, and the savings that would come with not having to demolish and dispose of all the materials that are sitting there, asbestos and whatever else. And to me, that just suggests that that's not the plan, and it can't be. And so, why don't we know what the plan is? I don't know, but it's probably just something that we're not going to like, and they know that. And so that's part of the frustration for me, and part of why I got involved, for better or for worse. And so I'll just leave it at that demolishing it is not the highest and best use, and it's not too late to keep that from happening. And I don't think those parking spaces are worth $250,000 each. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Is there anyone else here to speak to item 19?
Liz DeMarco, 327 Hill Street. And I am here to strongly request that you reject what is essentially a demolition deal for our historic Say building, and keep the protections of it remaining in the West Downtown Athens Historic District. This building is the perfect fit for that location on the top of Hancock Hill. It perfectly flows with all the other our historic buildings, our Athens Post Office, the Water Business Office, City Hall. We're just a block away from the Say building. Of course, First United Methodist Church, First Presbyterian, and then going up and down Hancock, we have really successful adaptive reuse. There's Little Kings, the Snow Tire buildings have become Sene, National Creature Comforts. If everyone remembers that, nearby we have the former Adcock Furniture Building, historic building, and that was in danger of being torn down. And here again, all of these energizes our downtown. All these are really good examples of adaptive reuse. And I do feel like the Say building could activate and light up the middle of downtown. Currently, at night, it's a little bit of a dead spot. And of course, that would enhance safety when walking downtown. A parking lot is certainly not in keeping with downtown guidelines. And I do worry about potential future development after removing the protection of a historic district. And it could mean out of scale, overwhelming design development. For example, the uncommon student housing that is catty corner from the Say building. I feel like that development does not speak to our downtown Athens. And there is a lot of integrity to our historic district in this area. And I also want to speak to community. We are all part of the same Athens community. I think if you live in Athens, that's something that comes to you really quickly. You're connected to people in 3 different ways. And I truly feel with the right combination, certainly Athens-Clarke County can work with the good people of First United Methodist Church. But we as a community, I cannot stress this enough, we as an Athens community need to protect our historic Say building. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marco. Is there anyone else here tonight to speak to item number 19? And again, if you could line up, that way we've at least got some kind of trajectory.
Gwen O'Looney, 626 Cobb. In 1985 was my first year on council then, and I introduced the Historic Preservation Ordinance, and no one thought that it would pass. But what I did was I went around and talked to each of the other commissioners, and what I found was that all of them recognized that this wasn't just one district. This wasn't just one place. It was a community-wide need. And it was a true need. We had lost so much in this community, so many valuable pieces. This is an economic issue. This is an economic issue. Right now, that land doesn't bring us any kind of taxes. It doesn't do anything for us and hasn't for over 5 years. What we're looking at is the potential for an $8 to $10 million thriving business that's providing offices, et cetera. That's the kind of thing we want. If you open up this ordinance, I would have never predicted that we would have 19 historic districts in our community. 19. I would never have predicted that. Okay. I would have never predicted the boutique hotels, the money that's being spent to bring back our mills and all these things. Our town has got history as an industry. History as an industry. We cannot lose our potential for what is possible here. What is possible. I can predict though, if you open up this, every disgruntled person, everything. Your surveys on this district over all this time, all the years you've spent on this, all of them come out about even. The people are not against this. The owners are not against this. I mean, this owner is. But that owner has been denied demolition. That owner wants to do something that's not allowed in the downtown area. What justification could you have other than being afraid of the suit? The suit. Okay. I recommend you go back to court and sit down and talk to those people if you want. Give them some time. Give them some time to listen to the deals that they've got available, the options. No jury in this country would prosecute you for following the process during hard times, COVID hard times, following the process and doing honorable decisions at every single point. This is the most important point. Either whatever you decide tonight is important. They did it for them, they'll do it for me. You will be dealing with this forever in every single district. Please deny this.
Thank you, Ms. O'Looney. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Chris Jackson on Reese Street. I don't know why I'm even standing here because Gwen said it all. Hard to follow. Thanks, Gwen. I had a bunch of notes. You guys have read my emails. I've been trying to pitch the idea of, saving this building and how much economic impact that would make on the community. I've told you all about how I feel about it. Not going to keep doing that. So just a couple points out of the middle of my notes from the last 2 weeks since I talked to you last. I agree. I think this is a really big deal for all of the historic districts. It's precedent setting, whether you want it to be or not. And honestly, only 4 years ago, you voted public process, vetted public process to create the district pretty much explicitly because of this demo permit. And then last summer, maybe there was some public process with it, but sort of quietly went into settlement agreement. And it's confusing. And now I don't know why we are where we are, but I think that this issue is important enough for all of the historic districts, and there's a lot of property owners watching. And I want to say to you guys, I hope that if you decide to modify this district, you tell us tonight why. Exactly why you got to that decision and why you can't go back and make a better deal for Athens. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Good evening.
Hello. I'm Jennifer Lewis. I live at 237 Georgia Avenue. I am a member of Historic Athens. I also led a Girl Scout troop for several years that got to meet in the SAY building, so I'm familiar with its conditions of a few years ago and how it's declined over time. I'm here to ask y'all to keep and support your Preservation Commission's decision and this former body's decision to keep the boundary of the Western Historic District. In my professional capacity, I'm in public service and outreach at the College of Environment and Design, and for over 20 years I've worked with communities all over the state to help them with downtown revitalization efforts, with Historic Preservation Commission trainings and local designation, and I help train students on historic architecture and sort of recognizing the value of those for our communities and using it as a planning tool. I had a good friend of mine recently ask me, what's the deal with the SAY building? Like, what is so special about this building? And I totally get it. It does not look like the grand buildings that we see on Broad Street and other places on Clayton Street. It doesn't have the Queen Anne details and the brick corbelling and the fancy things that we naturally associate with historic buildings. But this building is very indicative of a small business professional office space built in the 1920s. A little bit smaller, a little bit simpler, but very indicative of that time period. When this district was designated, it was done so by professionals who looked at historic architecture over several decades to look to see what the value was. They did it in a very professional way and an unbiased way. They weren't looking at who owns the building. They were looking at the history of the building, how it was used, what story it tells for our community, and a little bit about the architecture. The SAY building still does that. It helps tell that story of how it was built and designed by the person that built City Hall and helped design the infrastructure for the city. It has fostered so many small businesses and new developments in our history that a lot of us didn't realize until we really started digging in to the history of this place. It tells a great story, and I think it offers the scale of the building and the kind of design that we want to have in our historic downtown that can be small spaces that foster that continued business incubation. There's a reason why why that section of the street doesn't look like Clayton. It's because demolition has happened. And Athens is held up as a model of good preservation planning. You are looking for public citizens on 13 boards to serve the city. And if you don't support the actions that they are taking, I think you might have a hard time getting people to serve in that role continuously. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Is there anyone else here tonight to speak to item 19?
Blair Dormany, 357 Hill Street. I wasn't able to get a letter in to the commissioners in time, so I just wanted to add my voice. Many have spoken quite eloquently and given very persuasive reasons for preserving the SAY building. I just wanted to add my voice as someone who lives in an historic house, who invests in historic properties, sees the value in that, knows that that can be a foundation for tourism and other economic benefits. We have chipped away at our historic fabric here in Athens. I can remember being on the street maybe 20 years ago, and I was standing downtown, and some people from New York came walking through. I think it was on Clayton Street, and they said, I get it. It's like, it's like Little Italy. It's like Greenwich Village. Well, we've moved way beyond that. We've got a lot of drive-it. We've got a lot of outsized buildings. We need to preserve what we still have of smaller scale buildings, buildings with architectural detail from another era that remind us of our past, point to the future. We can build on that. So I encourage you to reject this attempt to basically demolish this A building. There's economic benefit in it. There's certainly community benefit in it. So I ask your vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dormany. Y'all don't have to be scared of the mic. If you line up, we'll know how many of you there are who want to speak.
Good evening, Alan Cleveland. I live on Westlake Drive. I'm a trustee of Historic Athens, and I serve with Commissioner Hamby on your unified development board. I'm here to support you to vote no to allow the demolition of this historic property. This community values the preservation of historic properties and cultural heritage. The preservation of historic buildings and local heritage are at the core of what makes Athens, the community, what it is. Voting to allow the demolition is anathema to those values and will only erode and weaken our community further. To be sure, preserving this property is more valuable to the community than to the current property owner. Wiping that lot clean will put a lot more money in their pocket when they sell it, and they surely will sell it. It's clear that this property, turning down $3 million in less than an hour, they're going to pay $500,000 to tear it down. They really don't have any plans. They said they were going to do a parking lot, then they said they really didn't need it. It begs the question as to whether they have a pocket deal in their hand. And before you vote yes, you should know the answer to that question. Your community overwhelmingly wants you to vote no. Your community wants you to fight for these values. You have permission from us to fight. You're hearing it today. Historic preservation is the fabric that cloaks this community and binds us together. Keep pulling those threads one by one, and soon this community will be crumbling and look like every other. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cleveland. All right, Commissioner Wright, I believe this is in your district.
Was that the last?
Has everybody spoken?
Line up.
Denise Santo, 125 South Arcadia Drive. Good morning, or good evening, Mayor and Commission. My name is Denise Santa, and I serve as Engagement Coordinator for Historic Athens. 2 weeks ago, I stood before you to ask for reconsideration of the Say Building demolition deal. Tonight, I would like to offer a perspective on how we got here. In 2018, a demolition application was filed for the Say Building. As allowed under local policy, the request triggered a public pause. That pause led to a full historic study, extensive community input, and ultimately the creation of the West Downtown Historic District in 2020. That process was conducted professionally and in good faith. It took fewer than 24 months, even accounting for pandemic delays. And it filled a real gap in protections on the west side of downtown. The result wasn't rushed and it wasn't targeted. It was smart planning, executed publicly and properly. Since then, that decision has held up. The Historic Preservation Commission unanimously rejected the boundary change. The Planning Commission, recognizing that the building remains protected within the historic district, declined to move forward with the parking application. Every appointed board and every citizen volunteer who has been asked to weigh in on this issue has either upheld the existing protections or voiced support for keeping them in place. Formal appeals that claimed this process was flawed have been rejected at both the municipal and state level. An independent legal review has affirmed that the historic district was created through a proper, transparent, and defensible process. Over 900 Athenians have now signed a petition supporting this district and urging this body to reject the settlement. That's not manufactured outrage. That's a groundswell of civic belief in what you already voted to protect. And yet tonight, that process faces the threat of being overturned, not through open debate or new evidence, but through a lawsuit. We know the city faces real legal risk, but settling under pressure sends a lasting message that the public process can be discarded behind closed doors, that our boards, our planning staff, and our community input can be undone, not by better planning, but by litigation. We urge you to stand by your planning bodies, by your processes, and by your vote. We ask that you protect the district and reject this settlement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Santa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Russell Edwards, Duncan Springs Road. Got here a little late because Barrow Elementary just vanquished Johnny Lay Burke 6-1 soccer, but it was a great match, glorious. You know, I get it. Serving on the commission, you hear the threat of litigation, or you get sued and you have to get drug into these extra meetings, executive sessions, and then the other person just keeps going and going and going and going and pushing and pushing and pushing, and the years go by and some of your colleagues change, and all of a sudden it's the middle of summer and it's like, God, can't we just get rid of this thing? You know, I get that. I understand it. But reading through this lawsuit and arriving where I see it, the crux of the argument is that the plaintiff is arguing that they've been improperly targeted with this historic district. And the fact is, of course they were, because they proposed to demolish the building. And in so proposing that action, they, of course, became the target of the action of this government to create a historic district. We heard this type of argument almost when the Millage Circle Historic District was designated. We had lawyers come in here saying that they were going to sue us, you know, for constitutional taking. I know Mr. Reap already spoke about that. This is well-settled precedent. Local historic districts are supported across the country, and this has been argued all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court. So I kind of was a little surprised to read a novel argument in this case that, well, because we wanted to demolish this historic building, and then you created a historic district, we've been targeted. If this argument is allowed to carry the day, we won't have any more historic districts created in this community, because the very policy that we use to create historic districts is triggered by the action of proposing a demolition. So if we're going to create this precedent with this action and allow this argument to carry weight, anyone who wants to demolish a historic building that then gets put on a hold and then a moratorium gets enacted, they have a clear path. Just as Mr. Rupersberg said earlier, well, I've been targeted. So please deny it. Stand by the historic district. God, this was the toughest vote that we had. And
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
hate to see it go away.
Good evening.
Hello, my name is Ruth Darden. I live at 585 Prince Avenue. And I just wanted you to have a picture in your mind. When you drive into an historic town, what is the first thing you do? You look at the buildings. That's what you're looking at, because it happened long ago, before you ever were alive or there. But when you drive into a historic town and the first thing you see is a parking lot, well, it's depressing.
Thank you, Ms. Darden. Good evening.
Good evening. Thomas K. Valentine, 395 Cleveland Avenue, 30601. Good evening, Mayor and Commission. My name is Tommy Valentine, and I serve as Executive Director of Historic Athens. We know this has been a complex process, much of it unfolding in an executive session since last summer. Thank you for the chance for all of us to speak to continue the public process that many of us joined when this building and district were first deemed historic. For some of you, it may not be the kind of issue that led you to run for office, and it may be tempting to simply frame this as a property rights issue. But no matter how you feel tonight, please know you have this community's support in rejecting this deal and saving the say. Over 900 people have signed a petition asking you to reject it. Hundreds more participated in the process that created the West Downtown Historic District, a process that followed precedent, invited public input, and was upheld through appeals at both the municipal and state level. You also have the support of the citizen boards you appointed. The Historic Preservation Commission rejected the plan presented tonight. The Planning Commission tabled it, saying that it needed more time and consideration. You have that time. Since your last vote, new facts have emerged. Captain John William Barnett, who designed this city hall, also designed the Say building. It was the first building downtown with sewer service, one of the first with air conditioning, and built to last. So why rush? Why make a permanent decision tonight when your process is defensible, your options are open, and your community is so engaged? Yes, there's legal risk in fighting this, but the greater risk is precedent. If this parcel is removed by private lawsuit, others may follow. What happens here will shape what comes next. You have attorneys, you have insurance, and even if your legal advisors recommend settlement, they will still fight to defend you and work towards a resolution that reflects the city's values if you ask. This isn't just about a building. It's a 23,000 square foot historic structure with a real rehab plan and a projected $21 million economic impact, or 14 parking spaces. That's not a fair trade for this community. We realize that this isn't an easy decision. We're asking you to take a path that honors the process, protects precedent, and keeps the door open to a better outcome. If this leads to a financial settlement, no one will remember that years from now. But they will remember if you stood strong and defended our city's principles and process. We hope you will. You have this community's support. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. All right, Commissioner Wright, this is in District 4, so I'll begin with your opportunity for a motion.
I move to accept option 1A and 1B.
Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner Hamby. Commissioner Wright, anything further?
No.
Commissioner Hamby?
Well, I just want to ask Judd a few questions, if that's appropriate
Absolutely.
to do.
Attorney Drake?
Judd, you tell me if it is or isn't.
I would rather not comment on pending litigation.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Anything else from members of the body? Commissioner Fisher?
First of all, let me thank the community for coming out tonight and expressing your support for the Say building. This is not an easy decision for us as commissioners. It should have been handled years ago, back in 2018 when this got started. And I think one of the residents asked, why, or whatever direction we go in. Well, and again, there was a lot of reasons for that, whatever decision we make tonight. But I can tell you, our responsibility foremost is to make sure that we protect this city and we hold true to what we need to do to make sure we do the right thing, actually by everyone. And I'm kind of rambling a little bit. When I think about historic buildings and places, and I always think about the East Side, and you wonder, why was that area not designated as a historic site? And we see all the gentrification that goes on over there. I asked the question, the hot corner, why was that not included in the historic district at that particular time? So, you know, it caused pause for me why things happen the way they happen. But whatever decision we make, I just want the community to know it's not easy for what we got to do, because these things should have been handled years ago. It's in our seat. This is what we got elected for, and we have to make tough decisions sometimes. So, thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Thornton.
I came here, I think last month. I really was very empathetic about maintaining the SAY building for all the reasons that we heard tonight. For all the, and that really has not changed. I think Commissioner Fisher kind of hit it on the head for me. I appreciate the passion that you've shown and the money that you're willing to put up, but kind of wish you were like 3 years earlier. That's the first thing. There's two sides to every story, and there's always a backstory. And some of you think this is just about a lawsuit and money. There's a backstory. And some of you have let a few people tarnish your efforts. I'm trying to not call no names here. But that's your responsibility also. You have a responsibility also to make sure that things are not communicated in a negative, narcissistic way about anything that you want. I feel real comfortable about saying what I'm saying, because I'm probably either going to abstain or vote no, okay? So y'all can relax. I'm going to do something. But I want to take this time to say, you let folk who represent you in a very narcissistic, nasty way. Everything that you said, that people say, it's not whether it's right or wrong. People have feelings. People will show how angry they are when they have the power to do it. So some of this is your fault, okay? You cannot let people represent you in such a way and then expect to get something different than what you're getting. I don't believe that this building should be destroyed. I think for all the reasons that I heard, but don't come before me and expect me to clean up mess when you let other folk make the mess, okay? So with that, I said, let me say one other thing. The same emphasis that, and I've said it every time, the same emphasis that you come before us on your issues, there's some people of color who, when you drive through their neighborhoods, they were historic districts at one time. Nobody stepped up for them, and they're all gentrified now. But I'm not going to come and make you feel guilty the way I'm feeling. That's not my point. I'm going to do the right thing. This building should be a building that thrives.
Commissioner Thornton, I need to move to Commissioner
Okay,
Myers.
well, y'all
and if
got
you
my
wanna-
point.
Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I just feel like I just want to say a few words simply because so many people came out and so many people communicated with us. Am I speaking closer now to the mic? Okay. I am sympathetic with the points laid out by the public tonight in the many emails and with the efforts to save our local history. I respect that. I appreciate it. However, there are details of this situation which make me continue to support the mediation agreement and this agenda item. That mediation agreement passed 8-1 on November 6th. After lengthy discussions over many closed executive meetings, I believe they spanned many years, because I feel like I've spent, I've been discussing this since I came into office in 2021. I stand by the fact sharing and legal analysis from those closed sessions that led to my support of that mediation agreement, and which were not based on fear, which is not based on fear, but on what appears to me as reasoned, fact-based analysis, and therefore I'm going to continue to support this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, I do have a motion and a second. I believe Attorney Drake, you have an ordinance?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Commissioner Link, I'm sorry.
Yes, I'd like to put forth a substitute motion to hold this for a cycle.
I'll second it. All right.
I've got a substitute motion and a second to hold. Commissioner Link, would you like to speak to the substitute?
Yeah, I mean, it's clear there is a hell of a lot of passion in this community to save this building, and there is a hell of a lot more information that needs to come forward about the role that this building has played in our community. We're just finding out things just in recent days about the importance of that structure. I've always known that it was an important structure, and I believe that it can benefit our community much more. I mean, people out there have done the math, the financial benefit that it will have to our tax base. And I think that there's a lot more information that needs to come forward. And I would also urge the folks who have come out tonight and all the dozens and dozens of folks who have emailed us and who have signed that petition to reach out to the church as well. They're the ones that have issued this lawsuit and who are refusing any real compromise at all. Quite frankly, in that mediation, it wasn't a mediation. They're getting exactly what they asked for from the beginning. So I think that there's a lot more information that needs to come forward, and I would ask the public to keep doing their due diligence to bring it forward.
Commissioner Taylor, any follow-up?
You know me, I always just rock with the people. And because the Say building is where my good friend sleeps at night, I just cannot bear to see it torn down. Well, that's one of the reasons. But yeah. So.
All right, so there is a substitute motion. Commissioner Thornton.
I will not be supporting the substitute motion. I'm going to vote a flat no and be through with it.
All right, is there an ordinance related to this, Attorney Drake?
Yes, sir. An ordinance with the mayor and commission of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to amending the boundaries of the West Downtown Athens Historic District and for other purposes.
All right, thank you, Attorney Drake. All right, we'll begin with the substitute motion. Roll call beginning with Commissioner Link.
Link,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Wright,
No.
Fisher,
Yes.
Johnson,
No.
Culpepper,
No.
Myers,
No.
Thornton,
No.
Hamby,
No.
Davenport.
No.
Got 3 yes and 7 no.
All right, motion fails. We return to the original motion then by Robert's rules, beginning with Commissioner Wright.
Wright,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Culpepper,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Thornton,
No.
Hamby,
Yes.
Davenport,
Yes.
Link,
No.
Taylor.
No.
7 yes and 3 no.
Thank you, madam. I appreciate it. All right, it is 8:20. We'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break. ahead and continue with old and new business. And of course, we had one item that moved from consent, and that was item number 11. And so what we're doing first is take public input on items 11 and 20 through 27. Again, that's item 11 and 20 through 27. Would anyone like to speak to any of those items tonight? Shut it.
Still talking.
Throw it out the window.
Which one?
The window's on that.
There we go. All right. We've got some technical challenges. We're moving on to old and new business, public input, and those are items 11 and 20 to 27. All right, good evening.
Hey, how you doing? I'm Brett Thurman. I'm with Armstrong Matheny Thurman, 330 Research Drive in Athens, Georgia, and I represent the owner of the property at the Whole Road project that was in their consideration for changing the future land use and also the rezone from a CR to a CG. There was a table last month. There was some discussion about capacity, sewer capacity in the area. I believe that was all resolved and discussed with you at the agenda setting meeting. And I would just urge all of you to please vote for approval of both the future land use plan change as well as the rezone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thurman. Good evening.
Good evening, Dylan Woolsey, 505 River Bend Parkway. I'm going to speak to items 26 and 25. For 26, the supporting of electrical fleet transition is very important. Now, as we are seeing for the federal government, there's going to be a lot less support for addressing climate change and those issues. So being able to still address it at a local level, which will, in the long term, also save us money because these electric vehicles are going to cost us less in the long term versus gas vehicles. I think that combined with making sure we still address climate change at the local level, trying to get to our 100% clean energy resolution we passed years ago is very important, and I hope y'all support this. As well for item 25, hope y'all support this resolution as well. There is a change I saw in the revise that the commission, that is striked, that the commission grants the mayor and county authority to take any further actions necessary to carry out the intents and purposes of this resolution. I hope that this was just a legal bureaucratic thing and not actually, I hope the items of this resolution are pursued either from ordinances or in the future budget coming up in the next couple months, because housing security, economic empowerment, youth safety, and oversight. These are very necessary things we need to do, especially to address racial inequities. And I hope that in the budget and through ordinances over the next couple months, you will support that. And if revenue needs to be raised to do that, please raise it. Please raise the millage rate, the most equitable way to raise money to fund these programs. We need to actually address these problems if we're actually wanting to fix them in the future. So I hope you pass this resolution and not just pass it, but also enact via money allocated and ordinances and law changes that are going to be supporting these various items. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woolsey. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. My name is Kathy Lynn Sanderson. I live at 535 Springdale Street. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to address you. And I'm going to use my time to request that you approve the resolution to address racial inequities in Athens. It's my understanding that there's been some disagreement about whether you as a body should approve this resolution. The way I understand it, your disagreement is not about the heart of the resolution, which is to try to reduce racial inequities in Athens. Rather, the disagreement is about the best way to go forward. And as you know, and as the resolution sets forth in the many, many whereas clauses, there have been many other ordinances and resolutions by the commission to address racial inequity in Athens. But nonetheless, vast wealth gaps still exist between the white and minority communities in Athens. So what is the value of another resolution if these other things haven't solved the problem? Well, first, I think an important point is that a reaffirmation of Athens-Clarke County's commitment to racial equity is extremely important now in the political climate that exists throughout our country. This is the time to reaffirm our commitment to it and stand up and say, this is the right way to go. Secondly, the resolution sets forth many specific actions for the county to pursue. It's very well thought out. It sets out continuing actions and new actions to be taken by the commission. Admittedly, the resolution doesn't mandate these actions because it's a resolution, but it does create a program of accountability by which the future actions of the county can be measured and evaluated. In my mind, it in effect creates a report card that can be used in the future to evaluate what the commission and the county and the public has done or hasn't done to move forward towards greater racial equity in our county. Thus, the resolution can provide the motivation and the direction to move towards greater racial equity in Athens-Clarke County. In my mind, for these reasons, I urge the commission to pass it and set forth their new reaffirmation of where we're headed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanderson. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mocha Jasmine Johnson, P.O. Box 49096, and the Executive Director for the Athens Anti-Discrimination Movement. On February 4th, several commissioners made it clear that they no longer support resolutions. Some have even stated publicly that a resolution is meaningless, just words on a paper. So I no longer expect you to support this one, but it makes me wonder what happens to all the other resolutions that are currently on the books. But what I do expect is for you to follow through and keep your word. No matter what you decide tonight, you voted to table the resolution addressing racial inequities for 60 days, stating that we need something stronger, like ordinances. Now, 60 days later, we're back at the drawing board, and some of the community members are still divided. I want to go on record to state that this resolution was never meant to divide or to replace ordinances. It was intended to spark them, specifically in housing, youth safety, and economic equity for Black business owners. But if you truly believe this resolution is not enough to hold this government accountable, don't just table it. Go ahead and just vote tonight, no. So many people, it's just so much misinformation and confusion on what does it mean, this tabling. If you don't support it, just say no. But more importantly, commit to drafting and passing the ordinance that you stated that we needed. Over the past few months, many of us have been divided because some believe that if this resolution passes, no further action would be taken. And I believe some of them might be right. While AADM supporters felt that without it, there would be no real commitment or accountability, and I agree, some of them might be right. However, some of us here today have found common ground, and that's what I'm about, collaborating and finding common ground. And what unites us tonight is the demand for real enforceable ordinances to address racial inequities in housing, economic development for Black business owners, and youth safety. One ordinance is not going to be enough. Our shared position is clear. The Black community needs more and we deserve more. This is our common ground. Time and time again, we have received the shorter end of the stick. The disparity studies and so many other studies have proven this. Too many people in our community, and even some of you sitting on the commission, have lost trust in this institution because of failed promises, political manipulation, and a lack of real action. So if you truly believe that an ordinance is best, then sincerely commit to drafting and passing enforceable ordinances within the next 60 days. Don't leave us in limbo. Don't string the people along with empty promises. No more delays. Because now, all we have left
are your words, and we plan to hold you accountable to them.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. Thank you for listening to everyone. Thank you for your service. I'm Reverend Dr. Pippin Whitaker, and I am the minister of the Unitarian Universalist Fellowship of Athens. We're at 780 Timothy Road, and I live just down the road from there. I know it's not easy to write an ordinance. I know you have anxieties about writing an ordinance that would be enforceable, that would not land you in some other dispute like you're dealing with now. That's the last thing you want to bring. I know that. I have to believe that you want to do the right thing, that you want to build a better Athens for everyone, that you serve not just the constituents in your district, but all Athens. And I know you have these obstacles to getting an ordinance done. And maybe you have one obstacle, which is called accountability, because you're afraid of doing the right thing. But I'll tell you, I'm here. My people are here. The people of Athens are here to help keep you accountable. We'll stand here in line and nudge you along. We'll cheer you along. We'll support the work that you have to do, the battles you have to fight, to have ordinances that address youth safety and development, that address the inequities in Black-owned businesses, and that address the egregious housing inequities and crisis that we have. People have got to have an affordable place to live, and they got to be able to work. And if we don't invest in our youth, we have no future. We need to invest in our youth because they are our present and they're our future. The resolution, I gotta just say, it's beautifully written. It's thorough. It calls forth the history of the documents, the ordinance, and the resolutions that you've written in the past. And it gives you clear direction on the development that needs to happen towards concrete ordinances. It's a fantastic guide. If you are hung up on whether to pass the resolution, that's fine. If you don't pass it, don't throw it out. It's a fantastic document that can and should be your guide to crafting at least 3 ordinances that can guide and lead you to be accountable for meaningful action that lifts up this entire community. We are counting on you. Our children are counting on you. All of Athens, everyone is counting on you. You can do this. I know it's going to be hard. That resolution is a good guide, whether you adopt it or not. Pass the ordinances.
Thank you, Reverend Whitaker.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is John Olive. I reside now at 480 Ansley Drive in Athens, Georgia, 30605, having just moved. I'm here to speak for the adoption of the resolution in item number 25. Those that have gone before me, I'm wearing my AADM board T-shirt, polo shirt, because I'm the treasurer of Athens Anti-Discrimination Movement. But I'm also a member of the Unitarian Universalist Fellowship of Athens. So I'm not going to repeat everything that everyone said in support of and in terms of what the resolution is providing for you today. I will, though, draw your attention to the first, be it further resolved. This is at the bottom of the 4 items, and it says, be it further resolved that the unified government of Athens-Clarke County will dedicate a portion of its annual budget to these initiatives, seeking to create sustainable, long-term improvements in housing, economic empowerment, and youth safety for its most vulnerable residents. That's something you can do. Please do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olive. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Mickey Chastain. I am at 105 Lakeover Drive. Thank you very much for letting us be here to speak on this evening. And honestly, I guess I could say thanks for tabling it because it's on the agenda again, and here we are again. And we will continue to be here. I think it's been interesting for me to hear the comments and the discussions around this issue and this resolution and this effort to get this committee just to recommit, to resolve, to address these long-standing injuries. It's been very interesting, even those who oppose the resolution. No one has been able to stand up here and to say, oh, well, these inequities and these injustices and injuries, they just don't exist. No one is saying that. The disagreement here is how to get this body to make actionable, measurable, take real, concrete steps to finally address some of these long-standing issues amongst our neighbors. The issue and the division of the community is how do we get this body to act, to organize, and to move forward on these issues. And that is what's stalling us. That's what's stalling even the community to come together. What we seem to disagree on is just how to get you all, not just to make the commitment and to hold yourselves accountable. And if not this body, then next year's body. To make the stand, to resolve, we will say no more. We will begin to take steps. We will work with the community and asking questions. Well, who are the local experts with whom you've spoken about housing issues? I've heard, well, to be honest, no one. I've heard that from members sitting here in this body, sitting in committee meetings, sitting on Zoom meetings. We're calling you. You are here working for us. We are here. If you need to table it again so that we can be back in a couple of months, put it back on the agenda, we'll be here again. We appreciate very much your work. We do, but we're going to keep coming back. We're ready to see the recommitment, to see the resolve, and to get these agenda items, to get these items put into ordinances for this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chastain. Good evening.
Hey, good evening. I'm Stephen Lees. I live at 195 Greystone Terrace, and I'm going to speak in support of item number 25, the resolution. And I speaking on behalf to say support the resolution. I believe we need to go further. I believe that carrying out what's in the resolution, making that into ordinances, would be a much stronger step towards a level of accountability towards people who have been systematically excluded, oppressed, disenfranchised, and in ways that I think some of the commissioners have pointed out. Commissioner Thornton pointed out how there are many other instances of zoning where we could consider more than one historical building that would have implications for whole displacement of people who have lived in historically black communities or areas that are neglected for economic development. And I think that the resolution points out clear steps on how you can start working towards that. So by putting it forth as a resolution, it gives a clear pathway to move forward, which can be taken and implemented through an ordinance more strictly. So I urge you to vote in favor of the resolution to have a way forward.
Thank you, Mr. Lees. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Steve Williams, 310 Lakeland Drive. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. And I've got to admit, I was here a couple of months ago to speak on the resolution, in favor of the resolution. My mind hasn't changed. I was disappointed that night when I left. The more I thought about it and the more I listened to what some of you had to say, I understand. I absolutely understand the anger, the frustration with these things coming up again and again and again. And I think I speak for a lot of people here, everybody that's said already spoken in favor of the resolution, it says it's not, this resolution can't be the end. This resolution isn't the end, it's the beginning of work that needs to be done here. And the other thing is, in terms of this resolution, as I was kind of preparing for this, I went back and looked at some other resolutions, And I looked at a resolution that Commissioner Taylor drafted less than a year ago, 10 months ago. Wasn't here in this building which you voted. You were over at the school district that night. But it was, remember Baby Dro? Chiron Zarco, a 3-year-old who was shot and killed. And as a result of that, a resolution was passed here. And that resolution actually said, United Government shall prioritize addressing youth development and prevention of gun and gang violence in our annual budget. Prioritize. It also said, ACC shall work long-term with parents, local nonprofits, the school district, churches, and other community groups to create programs to support youth and their families. It also said, ACC shall continue our commitment to provide more affordable housing for families. And it said, ACC shall continue to address the factors that keep people in poverty, from low-wage jobs to low levels of education to persistent racism. And that passed unanimously. So everybody except Commissioner Johnson, who wasn't there at the time, but all the rest of you voted yes to that resolution. It had a lot of other stuff in there too. And to be fair, some of you you have done some things, but there's so much more left to do. And that's where we have to go from here. And when I say we, I think this is a community that's got to do it, not just you folks.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Good evening.
Evening again. I appreciate the hours late, so I'm going to be very pithy. Michael McClendon, Princeton Mill. I want to address number 26 and then 25. Just so everybody understands, 26 calls for spending $9 million to buy EVs with the assertion that we'll save $25,000 a year. If you divide 25,000 into 9 million, you get about 300 years. And I defy anybody to measure $25,000 savings when Athens-Clarke County is about a $500 million business. So this is not about economics, okay? This is about, trying to say, oh, we're on board with EVs and everything else. So you can use this $9 million a lot better to go solve real problems instead of trying to feel good. Now for 25. I appreciate the issue, and I've sent you comments before about some fundamental flaws in this resolution, but let me just say it simply this way. I have heard this language for years and years and years in this commission room. Same words, same platitudes, same issues. You put money in the budget, come back, same issues. So what I suggest to you is that the issue is not that we don't want to improve some things. The problem is, I think, that you don't really know what the specific issues are that need to be worked, the specific problems that need to be solved, that are actionable in our lifetime, that can be practically addressed and affordable to address. When somebody says affordable housing, I don't know how to deal with that. That's like, I want to solve world hunger. So when you say I want to solve disparities, that's like saying I want to solve world hunger. So if you want to do anything, don't be focused on a resolution. Don't be focused on an ordinance, because you cannot do race-based budgeting or identity-based budgeting. It's not legal, okay? What you need to focus on is what is the real problem that we need to solve, and don't just leave it at these high-level terms. You've got to focus on something that's realistic, that's actionable, that can be measured, and then you might have a chance of getting some leverage somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McClendon. Is there anyone else here tonight to speak to any item of old or new business on our agenda? Ladies first. Good evening.
Hello, everybody. My name's Barbara Benson. I reside at 235 DuBose Avenue, Athens. Again, thank you for all you do every day in our community. We see it, and we're here as people who also believe and want to do good things and love Athens. I'm here to share my position about the resolution to address Black minority inequities. I stand united with Athens' anti-discrimination movement and want to see real, enforceable change to address the issues, the inequities. I ask you to support and vote for 3 ordinances that address housing, youth safety, and economic development for Black businesses. I hope and continue to be encouraged that you'll stand with Athens' anti-discrimination movement. And I just want to share a quote. I went to a Historic Athens event today and learned about the life of Judia Jackson Harris, and she was this profound shaker and change maker who lived from 1870 to 1960, did a lot for promoting education and providing land for Black families and really thriving in the Athens area. And she said, we realize what power there is in organization, so the major part of what has been accomplished has been done by group action, and here we are all witness to group action. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Ms. Benson. Good evening.
Evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. My name is Willie Green, 150 Preserve Drive. I am here to speak on agenda item 25, just to kind of give you an idea about how we got to this place. And I want to thank Mocha and I want to thank Quazon for giving us the opportunity for us 3 to sit down and hammer out our differences. I know the first time we came up here, there was a lot of back and forth and a lot of dissension among which direction we should go. My focus has always been, there was too much focus on the enforcement, meaning the ordinance versus the resolution versus what you've already promised us. And like one of the speakers said, we don't disagree. We have no disagreement among ourselves as to the body of it. The disagreement was whether or not it should be an ordinance or a resolution. And my whole point has been from day one, why are we having to do this? Why we have to ask you or beg you to do something that you've already done before? So what I'm pushing for the agenda is to, as Mocha said, to vote down the resolution and come up with 3 ordinances. And what we're going to do is make your job a lot easier. I'm a firm believer in working smarter, not harder. So we've already put together several groups of people, myself, Quazon, Mocha, Benny, Broderick, Brother Sheets, all of us. We're going to come up with the ordinance and the language. We're going to make your job a whole lot easier. We asked Mr. Mayor that you work with us and assign one person to each one of these ordinances, MB&E, youth development, and affordable housing. And let us come back at separate times. We don't want to tie them all together because one may take longer than the other. We're going to come back and we're going to show you, we want to offer you what we think is best for our community. So we're asking you to vote no on the resolution and promise us that you're going to listen to us and work with us on the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
So my name's Denmark, 196 Alps Road. That's where my business is. I wasn't sure if I was going to speak, and then Mr. McClendon came up and pretty much said everything I was thinking. He's absolutely correct that race-based initiatives are illegal, unconstitutional, as a matter of fact. This proposal, or whatever it is flawed. And Mr. McClendon came up here and said, we always throwing money at these race-based initiatives and not seeing any results. And he said he don't know why, but I do know why. I know why. It's because the impacted group never sees any of that money. Race-based initiatives are illegal. Harms-based initiatives are perfectly legal. You have to target the harmed group, the group that's harmed. Clarence Thomas alluded to it in his concurring opinion around affirmative action, and there was another justice that alluded to that as well. They talked about a specific case in 1888 where Freedmen community was being neglected by the federal government, and they sued the federal government. They won the case because, and there was opposition who were saying, well, you can't do race-based initiatives or whatever, but they won the case because the group was harmed and the group happened to have been a black group. You cannot establish policies based upon just because a group is black or whatever, but if there's a harm, you can rectify the harm. And I say all that to say that the only harmed group in Athens, Georgia is the black community. It befuddles me how people come up here and interchangeably use black, minority, DEI, blah, 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 this, that, and the other. Have you seen who's working on these roads around here? It's not black people. Black people built Athens, Georgia. But today, we can't even get jobs in the roads, on the hotels, this, that, and the other. It's Hispanics and other minority groups. DEI, which was originally intended to benefit or offset some of the harms done to black people, over 70% of the recipients were white women. The rest was gay white men, and then immigrants, and then cripples. And black people, when it came to DEI, received less than 4% of the allocations coming out of DEI, the hires and everything else. So if you really want to address the crux of the issue, you have to be focused on the harmed community, which is the black community. It's not immigrants, it's not migrants, it's not all these other words that they're using
Thank you,
as
Mr. Mark.
substitutes for black people.
Appreciate you coming out
All
tonight.
right, thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Broderick Flanagan, P.O. Box 295, Athens, Georgia. Here to speak to the item 25. I support the comments that were made earlier. We had several conversations just talking about how we want to have ordinances and not just a resolution. If the resolution passes, fine. If you table it, fine. But we prefer to have like strong ordinances that are enforceable. Some of the things that I wanted to just speak on real quickly related to some of the initiatives in like housing, procurement, and youth development. There was a statement that was made at the planning department meeting that I really appreciated. One of the members of the body said that if you fail to enact in one area, then there are going to be pressures in another area, or where you allow things to happen, there are going to be more of those occurrences and more harm done. And so you see that with gentrification and other things that we failed to act on, with the disparity study that was done that proved there are harm against the black community in areas of procurement. The role of government in our lives is to help balance out some of these things that happen. I think we sometimes miss the mark when we rely on charitable activities or nonprofit programs, which are sometimes ill-equipped to address some of the deep issues that we have in our community. Like there's not enough housing being built, but yet we continue to rely on some of these nonprofit affordable housing people to provide affordable housing, but they're not being funded at a level to chip away at the 8,800 units that we need for affordable housing. So we have to eventually do something different. Definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. And right now we're continuing to pour money in the same situations without really adequately addressing the ordinance piece that needs to happen. And so, conversely, I feel like, I haven't been doing this work as long as some of you, but I've been doing this work for over 10 years now, since 2014. And I've been advocating for housing for just as long. And I see how some people are just dragging their feet on this. And it comes to a point where I think that the constituents have to stand up and raise their voices. And if you can't get the job done, then we need to find people who can You know, at any job, when you're not doing a good job, like people lose their job, right? And so that will happen and can happen for some of you if we're not able to see some results in what we want to see related to housing, youth development, and procurement. The studies have been done, the studies are out there, there are creative solutions that we can come up with collectively. I'm willing to be a part of those conversations, but just don't like talk at us, you know, work with us. I look forward to working on these ideas and more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. Is there anyone else here to speak at any item of old or new business tonight? Good evening.
Hello, Todd Lovett, P.O. Box 49826. I just really find, I've been looking at like the inaction since I've been participating. I've been participating and listening to a lot of these commissioner mayor meetings, a lot of the complaints regarding fair housing, youth development, et cetera, et cetera. I even I've sent the ordinance to everyone here, AFBI ordinance, American Freedmen Business Initiative, which is tailored to address to some degree youth development and business development, incubation and so forth. And it was an ordinance. It was an ordinance before, you know, y'all presented this ordinance for the resolution instead of a resolution. And the issue that I've always said and I've been consistent on is that the resolution, like the former resolutions, doesn't have specificity. And like some gentlemen have said prior to me, that it also is race-based. Minority, BIPOC, black, and all of that is when we speak of specificity, I've literally defined and used something that was called a race-neutral term. And that was because I did my own research when I came up with this ordinance. I've been reaching out to people. Your sentiments are, we want to build and help the black community, but if I look at the actions, the inactions, and the outcomes and the results in the black community is absent of that, of any effort or actual empathy or whatever y'all have iterated in your meetings and so forth. Now we're talking about this resolution, and I think that just sitting here listening to this is really sinister. You know why? Because you claim that you want to help, and you want to do, but you have the people thinking that the former resolutions were in good faith and that they were going to help, and they led to no outcome, no results, no measurable results at all. Money spent, where did that go? You know, you look at the former disparity reports, and you can clearly see the still discriminatory practices when we only receive, 0.06% or something like that, less than that on disparity reports. And I'm sure if you do any other disparity reports, we know the schools are failing. We know that businesses are not getting the proper funding allocations that other businesses are. And what's happening, the minority community, as you call them, right? The black community are suffering and flooding out of Athens because they can't even live out here because they can't afford it. And y'all are building new developments everywhere. Cost of living is going up, inflation is going up, and you still haven't addressed the business development, which will actually alleviate a lot of these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lovett. Is there anyone else here to speak to any item of old or new business this evening? All right, we'll come to commission action. Item 11, Commissioner Thornton, you requested.
Yes, I really just wanted to address the, he's the mayor is in charge.
To speak on that file, you have you quoted.
Is there anyone else here gathered tonight to speak to old or new business?
Yeah, he wants you to kind of come down and stand in line.
Stand in
so
line,
we'll
that way we know.
Hello, my name is Benny Coleman, and I've been listening to everybody. I've been listening to what everybody's been talking about. And it hurts me to have to completely shame myself, but I really love that because the love I have for this city and our people, shameless is an honor that I wear on my chest. I listen to all these good people talk about the resolution and the ordinance. The ordinance is better to me than the resolution. And I'm glad that everyone's beginning to work together, come to a compromise. And that compromise relies on you all, what you all gonna do. If you're gonna listen to us, or you continue on doing what you wanna do. I have no control of that except by my words. I believe in you all. I never came down here to put anybody down all the times I've been here. I never talked out of turn. I never accused nobody. I never yelled or nothing. But this time, you thinking about what you're doing. It was mentioned that the black people, majority of black kids are failing in school, even though they said the school system is failing. You all, most of you talk about the black kids. And the black kids come from me, my blood. And I want better for my people. And the ordinance will make a better life for us if we all put things collectively together. The past is the past, but if you keep bringing it up because you won't do anything to help us, that's wrong. That's very wrong. And I believe in you all, and I believe you all will do the right thing. Allow us to present our application, our ordinance to you all, what we decide we want to do. And hold us accountable when we do that. Then we will stop holding you accountable. And then we will come together, we'll hold each other accountable to pass it. That's all I ask for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Good evening.
So I have something, I don't know if I'm allowed to give anything to the
If you
commissioners,
hand it to
but.
the attorney, he'll distribute it.
Oh, okay, perfect. So this is what I'm saying right now, but it is relevant to that. So, good evening, my name is Tamika Money, and so I am team, something needs to happen immediately, expeditiously, and something that actually causes effective change. So my note to you guys today says, "Dear white people, do unto others as you would have others do unto you." A basic principle, the golden rule, but really the bare minimum of how we should treat one another. The first time I experienced racism, I lived in England. I was 6 years old and I didn't understand it because it was covert. The second time I was in Texas. I was chased home by 2 white teens who were calling me the N-word and yelling sexually explicit things at me. I was 9. How would you feel if this happened to your child? The other day, it was asked of a panel if they had ever experienced eviction. There were about 9 panelists, 4 of whom were white men. And while they weren't the only who hadn't, none of them had ever experienced eviction. And yet black people and women are constantly being displaced. While many of you refuse this truth and the lived reality of black people, or even worse, while you admit it and still choose your bike trails over helping the most impoverished groups, black people are continuing to suffer in ways that significantly outpace other groups. How would you feel to have other people making decisions for your community? And if those people often decided that you were in their way and that they had the right to move you as they saw fit? How would you feel to have your needs placed as last on the list if they were even made the list at all? Despite there being a very well-documented history of discriminating against your group more than any other group through displacement, redlining, and rezoning, access to capital, education, pay, etc., 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 and that this continued even after the KKK disappeared. Black people are harmed the most but called on when everybody else wants help. We are never listened to or believed when we say we are hurting, at least not to the extent that immediate and substantial action is taken. You are harming us. And at this point, you can no longer claim it is unintentional. I do not wish how black people are treated on anyone else, nor do I have an ounce of hate in my body for any person or being. But you know what I do hate? I hate that we are hated so much and what it is doing to us. I hate that the youth in this city are having their needs overlooked for the sake of college students, many of whom are just passing through. And I hate that this is the world that I brought my daughter into, one that will regard her as less because she is both black and a girl. My words may mean nothing to you, and you will likely continue doing what you've been doing with no regard for our lives or the lives of the black and brown children that you continue to displace. So I'll say this to everyone, anyone watching online, anyone listening to the sound of my voice, this is an emergency. The time is now to say enough is enough is enough. Find a way to get involved. Learn what your government is doing with your tax dollars, because it is for the most part your money that they are spending. Help push for the laws that will strengthen the community. Make them put their money where their mouth is. We need you. You need you. Our babies need you.
Thank you, Ms. Money. I appreciate you coming tonight. Good evening.
Good evening. I am Courtney Omega Doss. I reside at 150 Pinecrest Lodge Road. I actually waited because I just questioned whether I was going to speak tonight, because this has made me angry. And just coming from Bible study, I don't want to get to a position where I'm angry. I want to be able to speak clearly, with a clear mind, clear heart, and focus. I cannot pretend that knowing this is where we are 60 days later, as Mocha said, and that it's a question under whether this has any, as though this cannot be created with teeth, when you're the deciding factor. When you can say, hey, let's create these ordinances. And the reason why I know you all can do that is because I sat in his seat. Not here, Miami, Florida. But let me tell you what happens when communities are tabling issues that could be met immediately and not given the proper, the appropriate, or the compassionate care. When I sat as a council member in Coconut Grove, Miami, Florida, there were left of 13,000 Bahamian descent, of which I am one, 4 generations now. Of 13,000, there were less than 500. Just for tickles and giggles, I checked before coming to this meeting tonight what that number is down to now. I was told less than 30. This is what happens when we continue to table issues that can be met with emergency and immediate care, compassion. Communities leave. Elders pass, and children find no hope in staying. I urge you, this is not a question of tabling. I'm sorry, Sis Mocha, I disagree with that. Ordinance is passed tonight. You can do this. Stop pretending like you can't. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Doss. Is there anyone else here to speak to old or new business this evening?
Oh, good evening. Theresa Omanovich, 197 Alps Road. I just wanted to come up and just make a couple of clarification on some of the dollar amounts and just remind the commission of, where we've been since the ARPA funds came in. So, the government got over close to $57 million to solve a lot of these issues, and a bunch of that money got tucked into the general funds because it was not able to be expended. So I just want to remind you, when you're thinking about putting these ordinances together and funding, I do understand that you guys are budgeting from a deficit perspective for FY26, but it's my understanding that if the funding was allocated, then it's there. So I will want to excuse you of any excuse of not, coming back to us saying that we don't have funds for this. I will help you find them. I did want to correct a couple of things on that financial side that Mr. McClendon spoke about. Total assets of this government is over $1 billion, 1.09 from FY24. And I did want to mention that regardless if we're here paying property taxes, here renting, or here buying, we are contributing to this society, this community here. And we are asking you to address the inequities of the disinvestment that goes on in our areas. So that's really all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Imanovich. Good evening.
Good evening, Quazon Payne. I live at 145 Walker Drive. I'm not going to regurgitate everything that was said. I agree with Mocha and all of her hard work. I agree with the young lady that was sitting behind Mocha who so brilliantly elaborated on the conditions of minorities in the Athens community. I heard a statistic this past week that said that Athens-Clarke County was the second poorest county in Georgia. And that, to me, identifies the significance and how deep and how hard we're going to have to work to turn that back around. I'm going to be all over the page because I don't want to regurgitate what other people said, but I do want to give you a little bit of history. Brad, I was reminded this week that I was old. Mocha did it in a kind way. She thought I was in my 50s. I had turned 60. And then another young lady, I was given my email address and I said AOL. And she said, what is that? She didn't know what AOL was. So, yes, I am old, but 30 years ago, Judd, I worked on that MBE policy very diligently. Just as much work as anyone could possibly work on it. The Minority Contractors Association, we worked diligently trying to get a policy on the books that would change what we knew was happening, and that was companies of color were being overlooked and were not included in decisions or in economic prosperity in Athens. So we worked very diligently, and we came up with what we thought was good. We fought with Ms. Julie Donahue, and the document that you have in your history is the document that they told us at the time was the best they could do. And I'm here tonight to tell you that looking at a disparity study, it didn't do what it needed to do because we're spending less than 1%. So I'm of the opinion we have to fight and we have to work harder. Commissioner Fisher, you said that there's a gentleman that goes all over the country that writes these policies and all this. And I said, that's all well and good. Everybody looks good on paper, but I would ask the question, where has he done this in the past, and how has it changed the percentage of spending from where it was to where it is now? And if he has done that, by all means, bring it on. But if he can't show us that, leave him where he is. Okay, I'm going to jump to another subject. There was a picture in the last meeting in the red and black, and several people sent me this picture. I was sitting on the back row, and they said, I know that big head anyway. I said, yeah, that was me. I was sitting back there, and I read the article, and it was talking about the inequities of black people, and it was a surface article. It wasn't deep. It didn't talk about what was causing it. It was just a surface article by the red and black. When I was at Tech, we worked on real-life problems as engineers. We had partnerships.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here tonight to speak to any item of old or new business on our agenda? All right, we're going to move to item 11, and that was the one that Commissioner Thornton asked be moved to discussion. It's the mall area TAD advisory body recommended priorities.
It really isn't, I'm really going to vote for this, but after going to the mall meeting that Commissioner Johnson hosted, and I'm looking at the priority list. If we vote on this to approve this, and then there's changes or the developer, do we get a chance to ever modify the priority list? That's what I'm trying to get to.
I think the way I would describe this is that the recommending body has said, just looking from a very high level, these are the things that we think that in future investments we should consider within the boundaries of that tax allocation district. And so if any modification, whether it's in a prior approval area of the commission, like the mall specifically, that 75 acres, or if it's in the other, I think there's about another 100 acres that's in the TAD, either one, if there's something in front of us, that's just an opportunity for us to look at this priority list and say, hey, we want to go ahead and affirm that what's happening on the former Best Buy site, for example, might be something that we want to consider one of these priorities with.
So I guess my question still is everything on the priority list doable?
This is just a recommendation.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get to.
You're not bound by this.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get to. And the reason why I'm asking, if you look at item 26, I've had several people call me, and this is about the electrified fleet, the EV stuff. And I got a couple of calls and an email earlier today, and some of you may have also gotten an email questioning spending as much money on that. But this is a SPLOST project.
So Commissioner, are you pertaining the electric vehicle to the mall area tab?
No. I want people to understand that Attorney Drake just said that if we needed to make some changes, we can, with the priority list. Is that what I heard you say?
So
This is for the tag.
For the tag?
So number 11 is a recommendation, and we're just accepting their recommendation.
But I want to make the connection that we do not have that flexibility for number 26. I did call Attorney Drake, so people are thinking we still can go back and make changes. If we can make them here, why can't we make them on number 26?
I say yes. You make a great point, which is that accepting a recommendation from a resident body is very different than pursuing a voter-approved SPLOST project. That's right, which has to be followed to the letter of that approved ordinance, by the public.
Yes,
Correct.
that's what I was
exactly
trying
right.
to get to. Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
He looks at you when I hear my name. Thank you. I'm glad Commissioner Thornton asked for this to be held off consent because, there were over 200 people at the town hall on Thursday, and there were many comments about the priority list. And as I took notes on the 4 areas of priority, which were public infrastructure needs, housing opportunities, economic development partnership opportunities, and the Clarke County School District development. The recommendation is for 90% of the funding that's earned in the TAD go to public infrastructure needs, 10% on economic development partnerships. And Commissioner Thornton asked a very specific question, and she didn't receive a very specific answer from you, Mr. Mayor. It's just more of a recommendation, and I think Judd clarified and said we can make changes. I just want to know factually, 100%, after deliberation with community residents, we can modify these percentages, like we have that ability. Because I think there is some room to make some improvements. For example, there's 0% allocated for youth development, and the reasoning was because the Boys and the Girls Club is going to do something there. So here's something to think about. That is an indoor space. Many communities need outdoor, indoor space. That fits one need, but it doesn't fit other needs for youth development. Everybody does not do tech, robots, technology, computers, et cetera. And it's a narrow niche. And so to say that we have satisfied that and we're going to allocate 0% after thinking about it and talking to residents on Thursday, I think it's very narrowly decided upon, and I would like that flexibility down the road to maybe allocate a percentage to the other 2 areas that have 0. That's what I just want to make sure on the record.
Yeah, no, and that's helpful, Commissioner. Just know that should any project come to us on any parcel, we always can have that community benefit agreement that really is aligned to our desire. So, for example, if you would desire some outdoor athletic space in the context of some new development that comes, you'd have the opportunity to say, developer XYZ, I think we lack outdoor athletic space. I'd like to see that integrated here, despite the recommendations from the resident body.
Can I clarify how we will receive and be able to deliver the recommendation changes, and I'm just reading number 12, and it says, following the Mayor and Commission's approval of this document of the priority list, all projects requesting TAD funds will be reviewed by staff, and the manager's office will submit to the Mayor and Commission as the redevelopment agency for review and consideration. The reviews will include input on the community benefits agreement with private developers. I just want to know if those conversations with private developers will sway if a project is accepted or not. Have more weight than what the community wants.
So is the question, is there some, let me frame this differently. So every new private development that would seek some TAD funds would have to engage with the commission. And so that engagement generally would guide the expenditure of those funds.
I just want to make sure that we actually we get it. I know sometimes that the office receives several suggestions, and I don't know if we received the complete list. And I guess I'm asking, I want to see the complete list down the road, even if it's doable or not, just for conversation purposes. And I'm not making any changes tonight. I just wanted to confirm there's flexibility.
We absolutely have flexibility as new private development would come.
Thank you.
Would you like to make a motion to accept this?
Yes, I move to accept this agenda item.
I second.
All right, I've got a motion for acceptance from Commissioner Johnson, second from Commissioner Thornton. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, we're going to move on to item number 20. And again, this is the project 222 on Highway 72 that was held. And Commissioner Thornton, I'll allow you to make a motion at this point.
I make a motion to approve the recommendation.
I'll second.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, there's a future land use map
Oh,
and a rezone.
Thank you. So is that first motion for the future land use map?
Yes, yes.
All right, and second for the future land use map? All right, I'll have Judd read that ordinance.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to amending the future land use map of Athens-Clarke County by changing the designation of approximately 0.9 acres of land located at 1055 Hull Road from general business and mixed-density residential to general business and for other purposes.
All right. Any remarks, Commissioner Thornton?
No.
No. Anything?
Ready to vote?
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, we need a motion for the zoning action
I make the motion for the rezone.
I'll second.
and an ordinance.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to rezoning one parcel of land comprising approximately 0.9 acres of land located at 1055 Hull Road from CG Commercial Rural and RM-2 Mixed Density Residential to CG Commercial General and for other purposes.
All right, there's a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. All right, item number 21 is Charm Contingency Funding Request for Processing and Recycling. And I believe there was a question at the agenda-setting meeting about whether this would be sufficient funds, and the manager got us some information about that, indicating that it would.
So move.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby for approval and a second from Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Hamby, any remarks?
No, we're good.
Commissioner Wright?
Ready to vote. They're doing a lot of work in the community.
Any other questions?
There's an ordinance, Mr. Mayor.
There's an ordinance.
An ordinance to amend the FY 2025 annual operating capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide funding to solid waste for charm processing and for other purposes.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, item 22 is the TSPLOST 2018 Project 13, and this is improvements at the intersection of West Broad Street and West Hancock. And this is about right-of-way acquisition and eminent domain of some slivers. I do have to note that there are some very minor changes in the staff drafted resolution that you have with you, and there are a couple of bits of that I want to read into the record. If you're looking on the second page of that resolution, the 5th whereas should read, the necessary rights-of-way, permanent and temporary construction easements are more specifically shown on plat entitled, quote, right-of-way of proposed SR 10 at CR 993/West Hancock Avenue intersection improvements, Athens-Clarke County, unquote, consisting of 13 sheets parenthetically, specifically sheet number 60-0001 to 60-0013, dated March 13th, 2024, made by Alfred Benesh and approved by Kevin D. York, State Right-of-Way Administrator for the Georgia Department of Transportation, as may be amended from time to time for corrections and technical adjustments, attached hereto as Exhibit A, and being collectively referred to hereafter as, quote, right-of-way plans. And then in the next paragraph, now therefore be it hereby resolved that condemnation of the above described rights-of-way and easements for the public purpose stated herein above, as shown on the right-of-way plans, is hereby approved and authorized, and that the acquisition procedure shall proceed under Title 32 of the Official Code of Georgia as the SR 10 at CR 993/West Hancock Avenue intersection improvement schedule of completion requires acquisition of such rights-of-way and easements quickly and without delay. Time is of the essence, which is why we're here tonight. And then if you look at the very bottom of the document, there is an added paragraph just above "so resolved" that reads, "It is further resolved that the mayor of the unified government of Athens-Clarke County, as attested by the clerk of commission, is authorized to execute all appropriate documents to convey the acquired rights-of-way and associated easements, subject to prior review and approval by the county attorney, to the Georgia Department of Transportation, as this project associated with SR 10 is under GDOT's direct design, construction, and maintenance as part of the state highway system." So apologize for the lengthiness there, but I just had to make sure that was read into the record.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby and a second from Commissioner Link. Commissioner Hamby, any remarks?
Look forward to a roundabout.
I'm looking forward to seeing this move forward, and I'll have some conversation with Transportation and Public Works about cut-through traffic amendments.
Commissioner Thornton.
I'm going to be voting no on this.
Okay. Commissioner Johnson.
I'm also going to be voting no, and I'm going to be voting no because you just read a lot, and we received this today, and it's just not fair to us as the ones responsible for making responsible policy-making decisions. It's not fair to people watching in the audience and people watching at home to hear you speed read. And I get it, time is of the essence. But if we don't have any consequences, this is going to happen every single meeting. I'm not going to support last-minute stuff unless somebody's life is in danger. This is not something I'm going to vote on or support last-minute items that come before us.
Anyone else before I return to Commissioner Hamby? Commissioner Hamby.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. This does not happen in every meeting. This has never happened before. This is the first time the mayor has ever read something that's been brought to us like this. So, and these are simple aspects of this document that's been added to it. So this roundabout has been talked about since 2018. This is a public safety issue to move forward, to get something done for this community that people are asking us to do. And there's no reason not to vote for this because we've been talking about it since 2018. And this is a simple clarification that the mayor read. And let's just move on and get done with voting for this and get done with these other items as well.
Got Commissioner Link and Commissioner Thornton.
Yeah, the mayor, he read the entire passage that had the amendments, but basically there are 6 words in one passage and 2 in the other, and they were basically just clauses. I mean, saying the right-of-way administrator added for the Georgia Department of Transportation. It's just clarified who the right-of-way administrator is. And then the second section, apparently it was missing the words "of way" when referring to the right-of-way. So, I mean, these are like basically Scribner's errors, very, very minor. And yes, this project has been undergoing conceptual development and public input and design with a great deal of public participation from the folks who live in the immediate neighborhoods, probably for close to 10 years. I mean, since I first started on the commission, there's been a tremendous amount of public involvement, and that is an extremely dangerous intersection, and I look forward to seeing this problematic intersection improved so we can increase safety and also increase unity among the neighborhood that was effectively cut in half by Atlanta Highway blasting right through the community. I'm looking forward to having an easier time getting through there on foot and on my scooter, and it'll be very helpful for kids going to Clark Central to be able to safely cross there as well.
Commissioner Thorne.
My reasoning, not because it's a resolution, but I'm looking at whereas Article number 8 and 9 about eminent domain. And I think you said there were slivers of it. I don't want to get into no big debate. I think this is going to pass regardless. But eminent domain is a little scary for me. So I'm not going to vote for something that may do more harm than help. But this has been around forever. We've been working on this forever. This may be absolutely necessary, but eminent domain, we did that, well, y'all did that a while ago on some other property. I don't do eminent domain unless I know what we eminent domaining.
Commissioner Fisher.
Yeah, and I had brought that up, I think at our last meeting, to our manager. You want to tell the public and let us know with the eminent domain piece, what parcels we got to take out?
I mean, there's a number of them listed in the report. The two that we've gotten down to
Right.
that had not been resolved. There are some other ones that are friendly. We got title problems that we've got to work through to do that. The two properties that were still in question at agenda setting, a little piece of the Housing Authority property right in the circle, in the curve, and that's not so much that it's not friendly, it is just dealing with HUD and other things. It may take a little longer. And then the one piece that is still not resolved is the corner of Minor Street and West Broad, right across from the school.
Right.
It's that corner retail, and there's a requirement to get a little bit of that property. It's going to relocate a sidewalk up close to his building. That's really the one that is yet to be resolved that we need to do.
And that's sort of my concern. Does that put that owner possibly out of business? And that, and I watched this for years also, and actually, I wasn't really crazy about the idea, because, and I know it's a GDOT project, but it's gonna affect that gentleman's business because of what we may have to do with the sidewalk and stuff, so that's an issue for me.
I don't know if there's any staff perspective on the
it's just-
viability of the continuity of use of the building there.
I mean, it was not a total take from our standpoint of acquisition of the property.
And I get that, but I mean, still,
Understand.
I mean, it's a main artery right now. We put the roundabout in, our cars are still gonna be able to, access this business and stuff, so that's always been a concern to me, even before I got on this commission.
Commissioner Johnson.
I do want to add to the comment I made earlier. My not supporting this is not about it exactly. It is about the last-minute nature in which we received it and not allowing people to review it. And it may be simple, but I started 11 weeks ago, and on Friday, we received a document, what we're reviewing today, that's 790 pages. And to have something that's added to that, I mean, I don't know what everyone else does, but I want to try to do as much reading and preparation beforehand. And it sends me into a headspace when I get something, late. I want to know what I'm reading. I want to know the changes. I want to recall and remember exactly what you said, Mr. Mayor. But it's just courtesy. And it's not, the project is the project. I don't have a problem with the project. I have a problem with our behavior, the reactiveness of it. That's all.
I've got a motion on the floor from Commissioner Hamby and a second from Commissioner Link. Attorney Drake, is there any ordinance associated with this?
No, Your Honor. No, sir. No, Mayor.
Go ahead and do a round. We actually have some honors in the room, but I'm not one of them. Every time even my wife hears the Honorable Kelly Gertz, she wants to contest that notion. So we'll begin with Commissioner Hamby and go around.
Hamby,
Yes.
Davenport,
No.
Link,
Yes.
Taylor,
No.
Wright,
Yes.
Fisher,
No,
Johnson,
No.
Culpepper, Myers,
Yes.
Thornton.
No.
Got 4 yes and 6 no.
Attorney Drake, would it be appropriate to ask for a motion to hold this item, given that some of the concern was new language, to our meeting a week from today?
You mean a reconsideration?
I'll make a motion to reconsider my vote, Mayor.
I second that.
All right, I've got a motion to reconsider from Commissioner Hamby and a second from Commissioner Myers. Reconsideration would allow us to then have a substantive motion to delay this a week, if that would be acceptable to the body.
Can I ask one question?
Clarifying question from Commissioner Fisher.
I want to know though, what would be the impact on my gentleman's business? 'Cause, I mean, that's his livelihood. So I would really, I'm not sure whether you can get that in a week. I know you're looking at traffic patterns and stuff like that, but I don't know. Can we get that in a week?
I mean, we can certainly get you information. It looks like it may be impacting some of the parking out front right now, but I'm not sure that parking's not currently in the right of way anyway.
Okay. Okay, if that's the case, then I can probably support it, but I don't know.
Commissioner Davenport, question about the motion of reconsideration?
Oh, no, I was just going to comment on Commissioner Fisher's statement.
Go right ahead.
So, yeah, 4 years ago, I did speak with this gentleman, it's a paint shop or something, I forget, but of the most impacted properties, this person property is going to be the most impacted because of Minor Street. The only issue is just 2 feet of a wall that needs to be configured, and how, because if you look at the agenda item and look at how the road is widened, this impacts the far right side of that gentleman's wall. So the business won't go under, or it won't. It just, we're going to figure out a way to compensate this gentleman for that wall and shorten that building. Yeah.
And I'm certain that staff could meet on site if a commissioner just wants to see it in person, and we could probably take a look at that. Is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll do whatever we need to do. But it looks like there would be a sidewalk right up to the corner of the building, but it doesn't look like there's any portion of the building that's being removed.
And Brad, you said it would not impact this parking, you don't think?
No, I think it may impact some of the parking that's currently out front.
Right.
That's very difficult to get in and out of now from the standpoint of backing in and out. But it's just that corner retail space.
So there is a motion and a second for reconsideration. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. Could somebody put a motion on the floor to hold this for 1 week?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby, second from Commissioner Link to hold this for 1 week, by which time we could look at the language more closely, and any commissioners who would like could spend some time on the ground. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, please note opposition from Commissioner Taylor. All right, we will see this 1 week from today. All right, moving on now. Item 23 is the Georgia Accountability Court Funding Program grants. Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby. I've got a second from Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Hamby, any remarks?
No, sir. As usual, the Judicial Circuit does a good job for Athens.
Commissioner Thornton?
No comment.
All right. Any others from the body? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. Item 24 were some unexpended funds from the revolving loan fund that are being returned to the Department of Community Affairs.
So
Entertain
moved.
a motion regarding this.
So moved.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby. Commissioner Wright, I'll take a second. Anything on this, Commissioner Hamby?
No, sir.
Ready to vote?
Commissioner Wright, anyone else? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, 25 is a resolution to address black and minority inequities. I'd entertain a motion from any member of the body.
I'll make a motion. Okay, motion to approve resolution and to send review of how commissioners and residents introduce resolutions to LRC.
Second.
All right, so approval of the resolution with a request to move resolutions as a concept to LRC, and I'm happy to honor that and to have that be a topic for LRC. There's a motion from Commissioner Davenport and a second from Commissioner Link. Commissioner Davenport, you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, so we can continue to work with our community members to work on an ordinance. An ordinance does take some time, and we would love to hear from everybody in our community to work on that ordinance. But with this resolution, we follow the process and we follow the process of what we had in place. And I think, this resolution is good as is. Of course, it could always be better, but I look forward to hopefully this body passing this resolution and moving forward with our ordinance down the road.
Commissioner Link, you were the seconder, and then I'll get others.
Yeah, I think it's important to pass this because it does put together in one place the work that we have done. We have allocated a lot of our ARPA money funds as directed by the federal government at the time towards addressing inequities, and we have made some progress. Gun violence, gang violence has subsided. Apparently, outcomes are better in our school system. We have reestablished some of these after-school programs in our housing communities. And we've given lots and lots of money to many, many nonprofits, and they have shown us results. They have given us, numbers of children that they have served. Of course, some of these things take time. We'll see. But what I would like to see, we do have these Let It Be Resolved That. We have housing security, economic empowerment, minority-owned business, and youth and safety and development, and oversight and community collaboration. Those are things for the future. That is a blueprint moving forward, and that's where ordinances and new programs and projects come out of. And I called the mayor last week and asked him about this, and I would love to see a task force, including some of the folks that have spoken tonight, some of the folks who perhaps do have some experience with these things, to address those areas and come up with the ordinance language that we can then introduce as a path forward in this work. So that's my suggestion moving forward, that, we do have a body made up of people who are very much invested in this work, and enough so to come down here and speak about it, to help do that work, to involve those community members in doing that work moving forward and creating those specific ordinances and programs as we move forward.
Commissioner Fisher.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. And I want to sort of add, though, to Commissioner Davenport motion. Going forward, and we've talked about this, Commissioner Thornton has talked about this, going forward with ordinance. It should go in the ordinance that's coming before this body, if it comes before, from the community, it needs to go to LRC, be vetted, then brought back to this body to vote on. So he mentioned the president ordinance we got on the floor, but with future ordinance moving forward, we need to make sure that those will get vetted also, and not just this particular ordinance. We want to make sure moving forward, all ordinance.
Are you saying ordinance or resolution?
I'm sorry. Resolutions come forward to the LRC to get vetted and then brought back to this committee. And again, Commissioner Thornton has talked pretty much about this for the last several months. So,
Commissioner Thornton.
Yeah.
Well, again, I'm not voting for this resolution. And I really feel a little, I don't know how I feel, to tell the truth. When we got that $57 million, and how many times did I ask, well, half these commissioners weren't there then, so I can't blame y'all. But some of you were here, and you let that $57 be distributed whatever way you wanted to be distributed. Now, Commissioner Link says they've been doing good things. We don't even get a report, a monthly report on what they, if these goals, or quarterly reports. So you cannot say that they're doing a great job. We have put so much money into youth development. Where is that report at? You know, I feel good and feel comfortable because I don't vote for resolutions, so you can't say I'm being discriminatory. But I will say one thing I do appreciate, how the community, the black community, has at least rallied around this issue. But you waited till the money was gone. The most of the ARPA money is technically gone. Right now, the Sheriff's Department, I think we had a meeting, they do what, 6 evictions a week at least? When you don't have those kind of numbers and you come up here and you want to do something that we all could have walked around, but you need all the information, not 1 or 2 people. When we approved PCOB, why did the flagpole talk about how unfunctional it is? HRC, why is it always losing its membership? Now, if we're the problem, let's fix the problem. Don't come up here with create something else to cover over what you haven't done. Peach Cobb, HRC, and I did ask staff to give us a record of the dollars that was allocated in the 2020. I think you might have forgotten. I ain't gonna hold that to you. Yes, you. But I would like to know, because I know that monies was spent for Rolling Ridge one year for Juneteenth. I assumed it came out of that pot of money. And ADM got money for this last Juneteenth. I'm assuming it came out of that pot of money. And maybe it didn't, but there was money spent. So no, I'm not going to keep voting for stuff because it makes some of us feel good. Let's work together again.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate it.
I appreciate y'all.
I do want to note for the record in the public that if you navigate to accgov.com/ARPA, the first link at the bottom is the data hub that demonstrates where the dollars have gone. So that would be a useful tool for anybody who's interested in it. So Commissioner Myers and then Commissioner Johnson.
And just responding, I have been, and I know Commissioner Fisher and I are on the Delinquency Prevention Initiative Task Force with the Boys and Girls Club, which has received a big chunk of ARPA money, and we have tried to share the information and the outcomes that they have shared with us. So I've shared that a couple of times in addition to the data hub. But I just want to, you know, I want to just give a little history on this, because this whole discussion has been very, you know, troubling this evening. You know, we commissioners received this resolution on December 6th from Athens Anti-Discrimination Movement and from Mocha Jasmine Johnson. You know, some of us responded and worked with her. I don't have another 9-to-5 job, so I probably put a little bit more effort in there, but obviously, you know, maybe I shouldn't have. But, you know, we've heard interest from the beginning of turning this into an ordinance, and it as it is right now, it can't be an ordinance, but it can be, like some of you have pointed out, specific ordinances down the line. And I think in addition to that, it's not just the ordinance, it's having the budget allocations as well, because some of this requires budget as much as, if not more, than ordinances. And as one of the speakers pointed out, there may be some remaining ARPA funds that could be used this year. I'm not making promises, but I beseech you all to come back in April, no, this is April, in May, when we are discussing the budget and giving us the same kind of pressure to find the money, because that's where it's going to make a big difference. I do want to just comment on the resolution being just words, and perhaps this isn't coming up in this discussion as much tonight, but it's important to me because I am, you know, I'm seeing what's going on a national level right now as well. And today I did a little search through the document, and there are words in this document here that would, if they were federal documents, flag them to be pulled if they were policies or they were programs. Words like marginalized, and some of you have expressed words, but marginalized, black, systemic challenges, underrepresented, minority, discrimination, diversity, inclusion, systemic racism, underserved, discrimination, belonging. These are words that on a federal government level would make this impossible to pass. Passing this by itself does mean nothing. It does mean nothing if we don't follow through. So whether or not it passes tonight, I urge you to reach out with those ordinances ideas and to push us on the
Thank you,
budget as well.
Commissioner.
I'd like to hear those 3 ordinance ideas you all have.
Got Commissioner Johnson next.
Thank you. I would like to remind everybody what I ran on, which is people over politics, and I want to show you respect and give you what you asked for. I would like to make a substitute motion to vote no for the resolution.
I second it. I second it.
Okay, I've got a substitute motion from Commissioner Johnson and second from Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Johnson, would you like to continue?
Yeah. Comments?
Yes.
Okay. I really appreciate you all coming out, and I have like a bazillion pages of notes, and I appreciate the passion, but I don't think everybody feels it like you do. I do, and I just want to throw out several things, and I'm going to try to stay in time. So the reports dashboard, that was the last thing you mentioned. Oftentimes the numbers are inaccurate. Staff has said that. I've followed up. Numbers are old. They're not updated. Sometimes not. But what I'm saying is sometimes it is, sometimes not. It is not consistent. Out comes data. If you're saying, I know that it's working and delinquency is a lot better because we heard from the agency. Well, you know, here's the thing when it comes to data. You can manipulate data. If I had to evaluate if there was a delinquency reduction and there was some improvement, I might actually ask for a report from the Clarke County Police Department's Gang Task Force, Drug Task Force, GBI Task Force, and Chris Carr's office for outcomes data, and not just a report from the agency. That's something that you can sell and you can communicate and have a conversation around. You can see it right there, as plain as day. And Juneteenth, here's the thing with that. I think Mr. Flanagan, he's taken it upon himself to make his personal goal is to actually have an increase in the Juneteenth budget. So we have this Star Spangled Classic, and when you compare the two, which are close in time on the calendar, the budget for one is significantly higher than the others. So I'm paying attention, and I remember what the budget was like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, whenever it was approved. It has not been increased. You know, this is a token. Look, I believe in supporting people, and I also do not believe in rails and trails. It's like the difference between needs and wants. Mm-hmm. I want trails too, but people need our assistance. Mm-hmm. And here's one thing, nothing makes a statement like a financial statement. I support the individuals that came to the podium and offered their assistance. We're your community, you're our community. I want to work with you. If it passes, I want to hear the ideas, and to put something in LRC, I don't have a problem with that, but I have a question. When there was there was an issue with ranked choice voting, did that go through LRC? Because I know that resolution passed.
That came directly to the commission.
So not everything, folks, goes through the LRC. I'm just going over some things that are anomalies that are not accurate, that people are stating as if it's accurate.
Commissioner Johnson.
And that's all I have. Thank you so much.
I was the second on that. I was the second on her substitute.
Commissioner Thornton.
I will say this, you know, again, and it was the same, it's the same thing I said about the SAY building. You know, we come a little late to get stuff done. That's my point. The same people who are advocating and okay with this going into to passing it are the same people who advocated all of these Firefly Trails, Greenway. Those cost money. They don't just cost money to install them. We've heard from our interim manager to maintain them. So we have to decide. You're deciding to support black folk after y'all have gotten mostly all that you want, and we're getting leftovers again. So I'm not going to support it. I will work with everybody that spoke tonight. You can call me, let's sit down, but I'm not going to be putting a Band-Aid on stuff for somebody to feel good about themselves.
Commissioner Fisher?
Yeah, just want to clarify, and what I said about with resolutions, I'm saying moving forward, and Commissioner Thornton has talked about this for years, about, we get these resolutions and we vote on them, to Commissioner Johnson's point. I'm talking about anything that comes to us as we move forward, it needs to be vetted. That's all I'm saying. If we want to vote this down, fine, let's vote it down. But moving forward, as we talk about resolutions, and more resolutions probably gonna come in the future, some form or fashion, it needs to get vetted. And Mayor, I really would ask you to, when we get these, to really either put it LRC or either GOC, to get vetted and bring it back to this body, whether or not we'll vote up or down on it.
Got Commissioner Wright, and then I'll return to Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I appreciate the modification or the addition of having a process for resolutions that Commissioner Davenport added to his motion, the original motion, because that has been something. I know that we have resolutions with a lot of the agenda items, and when you have an agenda report to go with a resolution, it makes a big difference. The work that's been done on what's the original motion does resemble what I would think would be a good process, but again, if it goes to LRC, we can learn what a community resolution process is, so the community knows. Understandably, Mayor, the resolution you put on today was of a timely manner, and that came through you. So I guess what I'm thinking of is that, the community resolutions and us in LRC developing what a process looks like for that. I hope that's what Commissioner Davenport added there. So that has me hopeful for some of the things that have been confusion. For me, process-oriented, sometimes the content gets wrapped up in the lack of process, and I look forward to us working on that. And I think the chair is also nodding her LRC chairhead. So, thanks.
Commissioner Myers.
LRC chairhead with the nodding head. I just wanted to clarify that my understanding of that, and this is for everyone up here, was that the LRC would develop a process for vetting them, not necessarily that the LRC itself would then be the vetting process. So I want to make that, maybe I want to ask for a clarification on that from you, or.
I'd be very glad to assign to the LRC a process for handling community or commission-driven resolutions, but that would be different than the LRC individually vetting.
Right.
As a five-member body, everyone, when obviously the substantive volume of their work is such that they really wouldn't have the time.
Right, and that is not a process.
Unless the LRC wants to begin a weekly meeting
Yeah, right.
Madam Chair.
And that is
Yeah,
not
right.
something, and to clarify, that's not something we have done previously either.
That's
So
right.
that's not a process that we have partaken in.
Mayor,
Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you. I also see this as a role that could be vetted out through people in belonging. I don't know if LRC is the only option to be vetted, but that is another possibility, that that organization or that department was supposed to be looking, I thought, looking at some of this stuff. So I don't mind it coming to LRC, but we definitely need to make sure everything that we, and I guess what bothers me is that the things that we have done that try to really address the inequities, Nobody talks about that, even if they're failing. I would have rather for this community to come and jump on us about PCOB and HRC. Why aren't they working? Money is already in both of those departments. Money is there. So I'm still voting no, but I am not taking this personal. I want us to work together, and I appreciate your input.
There is a substitute motion on the floor. The substitute motion is simply to deny from Commissioner Johnson. So we'll begin a roll call on the substitute motion to deny the resolution, beginning with Commissioner Johnson.
Johnson,
I vote to deny.
Culpepper,
I vote to deny.
Myers,
No, I don't vote to deny, if I got that right.
Thornton,
I'm denying.
Hamby,
No.
Davenport,
No.
Link,
No.
Taylor,
Yes.
Wright,
No.
Fisher.
I vote to deny.
I don't even know what that count was.
We have
5-5.
Do it, Mayor.
5 and 5.
I believe it's 5-5. I vote not to deny and to return to the original motion from Commissioner Davenport, where we'll begin the next round.
Davenport,
Yes.
Link,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Wright,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Johnson,
No.
Culpepper,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Thornton,
No.
Hamby.
Yes.
We got 8 yes and 2 no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate that. All right, we are going to move on to item 26, and this is TSPLOST 2023, Project 20, Electrify the Fleet, Subproject 1, and this is our light vehicle and supporting equipment transition.
So move.
Second.
All right, got a motion from Commissioner Hamby, and I've got a second from Commissioner Myers. All right, Commissioner Hamby, any remarks?
No, I'm just going to point out this is a sub-project, so it's not quite using all the dollars associated with that. So just want to make sure that's clear.
That's right, there'll be additional funds for other activities.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah,
Commissioner Myers?
And I would also point to the information we got today in the agenda report that we do pay a premium of approximately $1,000, I guess, extra to purchase an electric vehicle, the F-150 Lightning, but that there is a savings of $865 a year. So we have financial saving as well as environmental and air quality saving. So I am totally in support of this. But I want to point out to anyone that that this is a TSPLOST project. We cannot just appoint these funds somewhere else. There is a process for recalling a SPLOST or a TSPLOST project that requires a referendum, which is also true of all the bike lanes as well. So there could be a referendum to pull those back. However, I don't, because I don't think actually we have appointed any budget monies from our general budget since I've been on the budget. These are all TSPLOST and SPLOST that have been approved by the public.
Ready to vote?
Any other input? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Me.
Yes, I oppose.
Please,
Roll call. Roll call.
There's a roll call.
do we just have opposition from Commissioner Johnson and Commissioner Fisher?
And Taylor.
All right, opposition from Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Johnson, Commissioner Fisher.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, question from Commissioner Culpepper.
So are we definitely buying the hybrid, the electric? Have we looked at hybrids? Hybrids are, to me, they seem like they're more reliable, and the electric market is changing.
So we definitely do purchase hybrids, and in some cases, plug-in hybrids. In this case, this TSPLOST referendum was specifically around electrification, so the vehicles are electric only. I also want to go on record, one thing that's a little unique here is this is covering the full cost of the vehicle, whereas normally we're talking about supplemental. Just hot off the presses, we have about a $10.2 million vehicle and equipment backlog, so this helps to whittle that down.
Can we explore leasing, where you're not expending the entire purchase of the vehicle with just the annual payments?
We have multiple times, but we'd be happy to revisit it.
And just as a matter of TSPLOST law, I believe TSPLOST requires that we make a purchase.
Correct.
All right, so we've got affirmative votes, except from Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Fisher, and Commissioner Johnson. Got that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, perfect. All right, motion carries. All right, I do need a motion for suspension of rules so that we can enter into executive session to discuss documents. Oh, excuse me, I apologize. I skipped right over 27 in my eagerness to move to the end of the evening.
Motion to
We
approve the
do have
ordinance.
a motion that we need a
Second.
27 ordinance authorizing Series 2025 water and sewer revenue refunding bonds. Motion from
Second.
Commissioner Hamby, second from Commissioner Fisher.
Send them a
All
note.
right, Commissioner Hamby, any remarks?
No, just seems like this will save us some money, but I think we're going to have to look at doing something else down the line to be able to expand our service.
I do expect some additional borrowing later on for new activities. These are just kind of covering old activities.
Ready to vote.
All right, I believe there's an ordinance.
Bond ordinance providing for the issuance by the unified government of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, of its water and sewage revenue refunding bond, Series 2025, for the purpose of refunding its outstanding revenue bonds, Series 2015, authorizing such refunding and the related bond redemption to provide terms, provisions, and conditions for the issuance of this revenue refunding bond, Series 2025, and other series of bonds to provide for a pledge of its system net operating revenue, authorizing a notice of sale, disclosure certificate, and official statement and other appropriate documents, and for other related purposes.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. All right, now, may I please have a motion for suspension of rules?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion for suspension of rules from Commissioner Taylor, a second from Commissioner Fisher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, can I have a motion to enter into executive session after public input and commission input to discuss documents that are not releasable under the Georgia Open Records Act and is authorized by OCGA 50-14-3B4?
So moved.
Second.
All right, got a motion from Commissioner Taylor, second from Commissioner Link. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, now is that time when we do have public input on any item that was not on our agenda tonight. Is there any member of the public who would like to speak to anything that was not on the agenda tonight? Good evening.
I did want to speak to one more thing, Theresa Omanovich, 197 Apps Road. In regards to the inequities. And we in the public, we are seeing things, and I don't want to be here every time to remind you guys of things, because I really do want to tell you that I do see like improvement this past week. The Housing Summit was great. Commissioner Johnson's meeting at the mall on the mall project was great. But I do want to point out that there, let me just give you an example at the mall meeting. There was the issue that came up about the bond revenue for that project. But because you guys have done $150 million worth of bonds for the Classic Center, then that project doesn't get a bond. You know, it doesn't get support of a bond. However, we all know we need the housing. So when you guys are prioritizing projects and thinking about this stuff and thinking about the inequities, please think about what you're doing, what you've done here tonight in voting down a resolution that the public was asking, a position that the public was asking you for, and you didn't deliver on it. So I would just ask you to be mindful of that, but I will also tell you, I do see that you guys are trying to improve some situations, and I would like to encourage you to continue to do that, and we will be supportive. But I did want to bring some of this stuff to your attention, and I will continue to do that. So I will definitely be available for the task force if you guys are going to take public input on that. So thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Manovich. Good evening.
Mayor, members of the commission, thank you for giving me this opportunity. My name is Stephen Webb of 178 Savannah Avenue. I'm a member of recovery community here in Athens, Georgia, and have been supportive of our drug and alcohol recovery community here for the better part of 18 years, and I've worked with Advantage Behavioral Health in the detox center and the men's treatment inpatient center for 14 years. And there's something that's come across that this is just a campaign of awareness. There's a product being sold in most all of the gas stations and some of the vape shops here in Athens and all across the country, and I've heard a lot of testimony. This is kratom in several different forms, powder form in different forms. The mitragynine and 7-hydroxymitragynine has been studied by FDA and looked at by the DEA. It's illegal in Alabama, Arkansas, Indiana, Rhode Island, Vermont, Wisconsin, and kratom's psychoactive components are considered controlled substances, Schedule 1, and are illegal in those states. The FDA warns consumers not to use kratom products because of risk of serious adverse effects, including toxicity, seizures, development of substance disorder, substance of no medical use, and the DEA has listed kratom as a drug of chemical and concern. It was categorized as Schedule 1 narcotic in Alabama, state right next to us. Possession, sale, or purchase of kratom is punishable by felony. In all the other states in the country, and I don't know the regulation here, I think it's 18 to 21 margin somewhere there to purchase this, but what we're finding in the recovery community, and I've done collaboration with the Serenity Grove on Newton Bridge, the Commencement Center, and the University of Georgia Health Center, and their medical staff, we're finding a lot of similarities to heroin and a lot of similarities to fentanyl, crystallized methamphetamine, and opiate drugs. The withdrawal that people are going through after succumbing to addiction to these is extreme. There's a extract form of this being sold right now. Heroin addicts are trying to use this as a substitute for heroin. They're getting recovered from heroin and going to kratom, and can't get off kratom and going back to heroin. So we've basically got heroin on the streets in every gas station readily available to anyone. There is further study needed to be performed with this, but as of right now, I just foresee it as being a problem. I have started a recovery group here in Athens, and I have some information.
Thank you,
on
Mr.
that.
Webb. I appreciate it. Judd, he'll hand that out. Good evening.
Good evening. Steve Williams, 310 Lakeland Drive. I wasn't going to actually come up, but when Commissioner Thornton started talking about Peace Cobb, I've been following that for, I guess the last 5 years. I think, Mayor, you and I sat at a table when we first started talking about that at a meeting in the library many, many years ago, and you then set up a task force. That task force came up with recommendations. Those recommendations were then forwarded on and went through the process, and we have a Peace Cobb that's been going now for about 3 years, I think, a little over 3 years. The initial members are coming up to the end of their term, and it has not been terribly successful. Contrary to what Commissioner Thornton said, it has had zero budget. Now, the budget, there has been some money available, very small amounts of money available through the, I forget what the name of the department is, but
Auditors.
the Auditor's Department. But it's not earmarked. There's nothing, you can look in the budget, it's not in there. You won't see Peace Cobb gets $10,000 or $5,000 or anything. The recommendations from everybody that looked at this at the beginning were that there be a monitor or someone who was going to be the day-to-day presence of Peace Cobb in Athens, where people could go to file a complaint, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There is no monitor. There is no person in that role. There is no person that has been hired to fill that position. Instead, the auditor's office has put people, and there's, I think, 4 of them now, put people into those roles, but those people don't have the background, they don't have the education, they don't have the experience necessary to provide the really almost leadership for this group that wants to do things. But remember, the Peace Corps is just people. They don't have any experience coming in. And we've had a number of people that have resigned, and the Peace Corps that is now in existence has 1 African American in it, out of 9. It basically does not function as it should be functioning. I will say there has been some attempt, but it needs a thorough look through, and I can't do it in 3 minutes, but I just wanted to put this out
Thank you, Mr.
there as
Williams.
something to be followed up on in
Thank
the
you.
future. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Dylan Woolsey, 505 Reuben Parkway. I'll speak to a couple things. The first is that, over what I've seen from many different commission meetings and other zoning item stuff, there is always a lot of tension between development of a new property and local community. So I think there should be some sort of process that could help with this of whenever, I'm not sure how this would work, but whenever an applicant tries to initiate some sort of new construction, there's an immediate connection with local community leaders and local community. So they are always more involved from the beginning. So we have more development that is oriented towards local community development. Secondly, and another comment, while the government still monitors the conditions at Pinewood for water, other public buildings, including some fire stations, lack access to adequate water, mostly hot water. So I hope that there is, well, we look towards budgeting season, there is some sort of adequate money as just a possible precaution of things we might need to do to make sure all of our public buildings have full water access. And thirdly, I hope that these the resolution recommendations become ordinances and all become budget items, including being fully funded budget items for all the recommendations of the maximum possible funding that they'll need. And I hope this is done. And also, it looks like we're going to have a deficit from previous comments. So I really hope that in preparing this next budget, we really do consider raising the millage rate, because property taxes, in terms of local ways to raise revenue, is the most equitable way to raise money for our city, because sales taxes, fees impact everyone and disproportionately impact poorer varsity communities versus property taxes, which disproportionately impact wealthier communities, as well as utilizing and making sure our local homestead exemption is very well known, so people who are more negatively impacted by higher property taxes, who are lower income and lower wealth, can apply for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woolsey. Good evening.
Good evening, Broderick Flanagan, P.O. Box 295. I just wanted to give a few comments related to the Peace Corps and I think some of the shortcomings of it, as well as some of my time as a neighborhood leader. I was a neighborhood leader for 3 years. During that time, I was able to help a few families avoid eviction. I went to court with 2 people, one of which still got the eviction summoned or served, but I was able to get her back into housing. And then I was able to help 3 other families find housing who were previously unhoused or homeless. One woman was living in her car with her 7 children or 6 children, and other people were in precarious situations. And so I understand that program may be up on the chopping block, but that was an impactful program. I can speak to my personal experience there. We kept case notes on every person in Athens-Clarke County that we came in contact with. We had to submit those weekly, along with our hours. And so the data is there of the impact of programs like that, but I don't know if y'all have time and capacity to actually look through all that stuff to suss out how we're touching these people's lives. And then as far as the Peace Corps, I had an incident that came up several years back where I felt like I was being profiled by the police. I was pulled over 5 times in the span of 6 months. The Peace Corps didn't exist back then. The Peace Corps exists now, but I think one of the reasons why it's not functioning properly is because I had an incident at a roadblock where I was pulled over, and there were two other black gentlemen who were pulled over as well. And it seemed like at that time, when I was stopped, they were only pulling over African Americans. I did file a complaint alluding to that, and I was followed up with through the normal process, through the police department. A lieutenant reached out to me, and we had a conversation about it. He gave me the data related to the number of stops and the racial demographics of the number of stops that day. And it was skewed to more minorities, more black people were being pulled over. But when I went to go look for a Peace Cobb to file a complaint with them, it's not available online. And so I wasn't able to, you have to fill it out on paper and then turn it in physically. And so it would have been helpful to me if it was available online for me to be able to fill out that way, to be able to pursue that, to see if there was some level of discrimination happening on that level. And then the Atlanta Police Accountability Board has more teeth. You know, it has the ability to review the employment of officers who are acting in ill will in certain situations. The Peace Cobb that we have here doesn't have that type of power. Therefore, I feel like it is just window dressing in some regard. And I think that's what happens into a lot of these boards. People start to realize that some of this is just for show, or that's the way it appears, if they don't have real accountability power to hold some of these people accountable when they make some of these egregious things in the community happen. So I just wanted to speak to those things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. Is there anyone else here to speak to any item that was not on tonight's agenda? All right, just very briefly, I just have two items. One is just to affirm that I'm assigning to the Legislative Review Committee the process by which we will consider community or commission-driven resolutions in the future. And second, very quickly, the Lindentown neighborhood is subject of a documentary that will be on PBS's World Channel on April 28th at 9 p.m. So something to look forward to in your television programming here this month about some great work that this commission collaborated on. It's brought some tangible gains and benefits to the community. Go ahead and begin with Commissioner, actually, I need to turn to charter officers and then commission. Mr. Manager, anything tonight?
I have nothing, Your Honor.
Anything from the auditor?
Can't say it.
No report.
Anything from the attorney?
No report.
All right, we'll begin with Commissioner Davenport and then with Commissioner Thornton, and then go to executive session.
I just got a whole bunch of stuff to say. If y'all-
Not tonight.
I'm just kidding. But first, happy Easter. That's coming up. This body decided, this body gets to decide which 6 holidays to get employee days off. And I think that Palm Friday, April 18th, should be one of those days doing budget, just for our consideration. And thank you to Water Department and Signage and all the staff for helping District 1 residents. And of course, I always thank you, staff, and thank all my colleagues, and look forward to budget.
I have.
One more thing.
Go ahead.
This is to our state representative, figure out what to do with Kratom, because I just found out. So to Houston Gang, Weed Hour, Rhodes, Ginn, all of them, y'all can please look into Kratom. I have no idea what that is, but it seems like an accessible, dangerous drug that's not going to help our community.
Yeah, I'd like us to look more into street racing enforcement and noise violations on cars. I'm getting tons and tons of complaints. Folks in Cobham are having street racing. I mean, and I've brought it up on other streets as well. And I'm not sure that it's getting picked up in our traffic analysis because it's just like 1 or 2 cars at a time, so it doesn't skew the speed data, but it's also the noise. And so I'd like to ask the attorney if he can forward me some information on our local noise ordinances as well as state noise ordinances when it comes to these altered vehicles and their loud mufflers. I can hear it in my neighborhood, and I thought it was coming from people racing down Prince Avenue, which is a common thing, but apparently these folks are going down Chase Street and down Cobb Street and Hill Street, and I've been passed on Evans Street by somebody in one of these vehicles, and you know this is part of the reason why I'm eager to see that roundabout on West Broad because I've witnessed it on West Broad over and over again. And you've got, kids walking in the street. There was a little girl who died on Evans Street 20 or so years ago, hit by a car. And the Boys and Girls Club is right there, and I've witnessed them speeding by as these kids are getting picked up. So I really think we need to do something about it, and, I'm planning to, once this legislative session is over, I'd like to sit down with our state reps and see what we can do to allow our officers to enforce better in our neighborhoods.
Well, Melissa, you can have the police that come to my neighborhood because they're always pulling people over in my district. 10 at a time. So I'll tell them next time I see them on the bridge to go to District 2. Okay. First and foremost, I would like to thank staff for all of your hard work. To my colleagues who came out to the event that I hosted over the weekend, it was called Breaking Chains, Planting Seeds. And so we had an intergenerational conversation between the elders in this community and the youth, because we know youth violence and gang involvement is running rapid and is really personal to me. And so thank you guys for showing up. That's all I have.
I had the opportunity to do Meals on Wheels on last Thursday, and I would encourage my colleagues, if you ever get a chance, it's a wonderful experience. Really get the opportunity to meet people in the community that the Council on Aging get food to, and have good conversation with those individuals. So if you ever get the opportunity, please do that. I'm having a birthday on Thursday. I turned 66 years young, so looking forward to the weekend, but enjoy this.
Okay. The first thing I have is I will be releasing my first 100 days in office report in about 2 to 3 weeks. I had 3 town halls in 2 weeks, and I just want to thank the neighborhoods for inviting me as their guests, and an employee, Jalita Sanders, who works for the police department, for calling me to partner with one of the neighborhood associations, and then for the 3rd town hall at the mall, all of the individuals behind the scenes that helped me pull that off, for the developer and his team being willing to sit on the panel and answer every single question, and for our interim county manager, Brad Griffin, who stayed the entire night and answered questions from residents that he could. I really wanted to say thank you because it turned into a pretty late night. And I also want to let everyone know that I am planning a food bank. I'm partnering with the food bank to have an Easter dinner giveaway for that particular weekend. And I want to say happy anniversary to my husband. Our anniversary is in 2 weeks. It's been 2 days, excuse me. And last, District 6 residents, you have 3 days to apply for those vacancies on the boards, authorities, and commissions. I believe there are 12 different ones that need District 6 representation. And thank you to everyone that came tonight. Thank you to my colleagues. Good or bad, I learned from every experience, so I just appreciate being here, and that's all I have.
Yes, a couple of things. So, we talk about affordable housing a lot, and we put money aside, but we don't ever do anything with the money. I found out tonight we've got $5 million in that GIC fund that we hadn't done anything with. We put into it for last year. We've got to figure out ways to be proactive. When developers come in here with a development and we ask, well, why is it they're listening to developers about what they would find beneficial, listening to developers about what they would find beneficial, instead of us telling, okay, here's inclusionary zoning. Well, they're not using it. So let's figure out a way to make it so that it is appealing to them to redevelop areas for just like the TADs and stuff like that. Also, there's been a lot of discussion about the budget. I would love to see how we can reprioritize stuff in SPLOST and look at what Commissioner Johnson was saying earlier, needs and wants, what we really need, infrastructure, things like that, and see how we can reprioritize some of the funding that's already there for some of those things.
Okay, well, you've been working on that referendum to change the ones that have already been voted on. Following up, though, on the housing thing, and I know that Commissioner Thornton has, I see her have her little thing over here to go over her meetings, but I want to reiterate my call for us to then, as we're getting all this information in, of having a work session where we are making then some decisions on that, about where to go, what to get to committee to get, how to spend that money, who's in charge, what we're actually going to do. We have all this information. And so we have to also have that forum for us to talk about that together, to make decisions to move forward from that as we get this. Two, all those boards and authorities, and I'm going to read them out loud for anyone who's watching this, because there's a lot of people who watch these things. Deferred Compensation Board, Airport Authority, Athens Downtown Development Authority, Development Authority of Athens-Clarke County, a Hearings Board, Historic Preservation Commission, Planning Commission, need some more people from the east side, Athens-Clarke County Library, now that's the one board that we always get a lot of applicants for. The Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Development Disabilities, Human Relations Commission, Public Safety Civilian Oversight Board, 4 positions, Solid Waste Advisory Commission, and the Vision Committee. You have till Friday to get those applications in there. And finally, I'm just going to do a plug for the future land use planning. This is, we have these discussions about zoning all the time, right? And we talk about future land use and then the zoning, and where people are asking for changes. And since I've been on this commission, it's been like, oh, we're going to be addressing future land use. Well, this is it. This is a big public display of what's been worked on for the last year, and there's about a dozen meetings in the next month. So I urge people to get online and find the ones that are closest and convenient for their schedule. Thank you.
Of course, my big shout out goes to our housing event that we had Sunday. It was so well attended. It was so diverse. The panel, including Bradley, were excellent. The plan is, and we're focusing on that number, the 8,800. We're just going to keep drilling it and drilling it. But the plan is to take that information. Anisha, a crew of people in Belonging, she's a great data person. She and Cameron stepped in and just added the icing to the cake. I don't think we give enough recognition to the things that people in Belonging are doing in the community. Actually, they had an event on Saturday, right before I went to their event first, and then I went to Commissioner Taylor's event. And if we do not get out of our comfort, and Commissioner Myers shows up everywhere, so I will say that. She shows up everywhere.
That was the men's event.
Well, but you show up everywhere else all the time. But I think that's one of the reasons we have some challenges. We like to just kind of go with our clique of folk and don't get other ideas and opinions. I don't know what we're afraid of. I also went to Commissioner Johnson's event. We need to be out more public. We should be like ambassadors, and we need to be really highlighting our interests and not have people come down here because they think we're not doing something. The housing event has expanded, Mayor. We have an event this coming Friday. It's going to be a virtual event between contractors and developers and staff. Brad is bringing the staff. I'm bringing the contractors to talk about the reasons they are not able to build affordable housing, and that's April the 4th. Then April the 10th, HCD is doing their regular tenants' rights event, and I believe that's going to be at the library. And then on April the 21st, again, HCD is doing a fair housing forum, and that's going to be at the library also. But the 29th, Sally, I always call her Sally G, but Sally Kimbrell is going to be coordinating our last event on April the 29th at First Methodist Church. That will be more of a referral and assistance. We're hoping to take all of this information back to the GIT committee. We really want to strengthen that GIT committee and its role. And after all the conversations we've heard from people, Mayor, we want to take that back to the GIT, bring some recommendations back, and move the needle on housing. So I'm trying not to, I'm trying to be focused, but I do want to go through the right procedures to get things done. So that's the plan, is to take this information we're gathering at all of these events, and our theme and goal is that Project 8800. That is, it's on Facebook. The event was videoed, and we do have me doing my little dance up in there with Kendrick Lamar. But it was a good event. It did what it was supposed to do. Now I'm hoping that the commissioners will work with me to really address housing. And I really got to say, a lot of the criticisms and stuff, or questions, not criticisms, half of this commission was not there in these seats when some of these decisions were made. And I think you got a new folk, and I always listen to Commissioner Johnson talk about people instead of politics. I think you got a group of folk that really, really, really want to get out in the community and bring some, not just have promises. So I do want to appreciate everybody that spoke, but I do think you got a commission now that is conscientious and working with integrity. And with that, I guess I'm supposed to make a motion to adjourn.
So make a motion to adjourn following executive session.
I'm going to make a motion to adjourn following executive session.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Thornton, second from Commissioner Davenport. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. We're going to go ahead and enter executive session. Everybody else, other than staff, we appreciate you coming tonight. Hope you have a beautiful evening. You can still get a slice of pizza downtown if that's what you'd like.